Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crawley Borough Council's Planning Committee meeting of the 26th of April 2021. My name is Jonathan Purdy and I chair the committee. The committee will be considering 6 items this evening, and I propose to take the items in the order that they appear on the agenda, which is available on the council's website. As I'm sure people who have followed planning for a while will know, but nevertheless for new people, there are unfortunately no in-person public speaking rights at this meeting. However, members of the public have the opportunity to submit written statements in advance. Any statements will be read to the committee by the Democratic Services Officer. Can I please invite the officers supporting this meeting to introduce themselves, giving their name and job title? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Matthews, Democratic Services Officer.
Jess Hampton, Democratic Services Support Officer.
Hamish Walk, Principal Planning Officer.
Val Cheeseman, Principal Planning Officer.
Clem Smith, Head of Economy and Planning.
Thank you. Linda, would you please turn your camera on?
Yeah. Linda Saunders, Planning Solicitor.
Thank you very much. Before I invite...
Chair, you're muted.
My apologies, everybody. Before I visit the committee to confirm their attendance, may I please ask that they ensure that they won't be disturbed during the course of the meeting. We have received no apologies so far. Are there any other apologies? No, I can see people shaking their heads. Great. So we will now take introductions together with agenda items 2, 3 and 4. When called, can committee members please confirm their name, the wards that they represent, if they have any declarations of interest to make, if they have lobbying declarations to make, if they agree with the minutes of the meeting of the Planning Committee held on the 6th of April 2021, and if they have visited the site of any of the applications. Would the Democratic Services Officer please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ascough.
Councillor Liam Ascough, Gossets Green and North East Broadfield. I agree the minutes of the last meeting. I have no declaration of interest. I haven't been lobbied on anything, and I have visited all but the last of the sites.
Councillor Belbin.
Good evening, Councillor Andrew Belbin, representing Pound Hill South and Worth. I have no disclosures of interest to make. I've been lobbied on items 5, 6 and 7. I agree the minutes of the 6th of April 2021, and I visited all 6 items on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Councillor Hart, could you please turn your camera on for me?
Councillor Julie Hart for Ifield and Ifield West. I have a disclosure of interest in the item 9, the ambulance. I'm the secretary of Ewhurst Wood Sports and Social Club, and I agree the minutes of the previous meeting, and I have no lobbying declarations.
Thank you. Councillor Irvine.
Yes, Ian Irvine, representing Broadfield. I've been lobbied on 5, 6 and 7. I have a personal non-prejudicial interest as Cabinet Member for Housing in 5, 6 and 9. Personal non-prejudicial interest as a member of the Cycling and Walking Forum in 5, 6, 8 and 9. I agree with the minutes of the previous meeting and I have not done any site visits.
Councillor Jaggard.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Kim Jaggard from Maidenbower. I have no declarations of interest. I've not been lobbied. I agree the minutes of the last meeting and I have made independent site visits for item 5, 6, 8 and 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mughali.
Good evening, Maureen Mwagale for Tilgate Ward. I agree the minutes of the last meeting. I have not been lobbied. I have visited sites 5, 6 and 7. Thank you. Independently.
Thank you. Councillor Pickett, could you please turn your camera on if possible?
Yes, I'll just read it. Thank you. There we are. Okay. Yeah, I'm Councillor Michael Pickett for Southgate Ward, and I live within 100 yards of the item 7 on the agenda. That's the footbridge over the railway line, and I have not been lobbied on this matter, but I'm very familiar with the bridge, which, as I said, I live within around 100 yards of it, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Good evening again. Jonathan Purdy, representing Three Bridges and the Town Centre. I have non-prejudicial declarations of interest to make in respect of items 5 and 6, in that I'm employed by UK Power Networks. A statutory consultee did not respond to the consultation. I have been lobbied on agenda items 5, 6 and 7. I agree that the minutes of the Planning Committee held on the 6th of April 2021 are a true and accurate record of that meeting, and I have made independent site visits to agenda items 5, 6, 7, 9 and 10. Thank you.
Thank you. If Councillor Smith could please turn his camera on for me. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Good evening. Councillor Peter Smith. I represent Ifield and Ifield West. I have a disclosure of interest for item 9 as a member of the Labour Supporters Club. I also am a member of the Walking and Cycling Forum. I've been lobbied on items 5, 6 and 7, and I visited items 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, and I agree the minutes of the 6th of April 2021.
Thank you. Before we move on, Chair, we have Councillor Rana, who's also a member of this committee but isn't yet in attendance. Should she join the meeting, I will come back to her for her interests. And for record purposes, we also have Councillor Burrett, who's present but has no speaking rights at this committee. I'd just like to ask our legal representative, Linda, just whether she has any comments to make on the comment made by Councillor Pickett about his proximity to the footbridge and whether that is an interest. Thank you.
Thank you for asking this question. In my view, that would be a personal interest only and not prejudicial, so that the councillor can speak and vote if he wishes.
Lovely. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Excellent. The committee agrees that the minutes of the meeting held on the 6th of April 2021 are an accurate record. We will now move on to the planning applications, beginning with agenda item 5, a reference number CR 2019-0602 ARM, Overline House, Crawley Station and adjacent highway Station Way, Northgate, Crawley. Can I please ask the planning officer to introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can all see that presentation. As you all know, or as you would have seen from the agenda, there are actually 3 items that are closely connected along Station Way. So I'm just going to start by briefly giving you some background. I'll then deal with the Reserved Matters application, and then hopefully we can have shorter presentations on the 2 full applications that follow, because some of the material will already have been covered. So just to take you back initially to the outline scheme, this is the red line for the outline application, which was approved in 2016. And as you can see, it includes all the land, including Overline House, all the surrounding surface car parking. It includes the public highway along Station Way up to the roundabout, down to the gyratory and slightly into Friary Way. And also the public footbridge over to East Park, and what was the station footbridge across, which has subsequently been removed. So that was the original application site. As I said, it was an outline application, so although it has planning permission, much of the material that was submitted with it was illustrative. This was the site plan that was proposed at the time. Now, the application at the time involved the demolition of Overline House, which was roughly on the location of this building here. And then it included residential blocks running along, a new station building within this area, and a multi-storey car park at this end. It's probably worth pointing out here the alignment. The buildings, although there was a kind of curve to the buildings, the building line was fairly consistent with a slight step here, and as you can see, there was a link provided through to East Park. And in terms of the elevations, the illustrative elevations that were available at that time, that's the north-facing elevation, which is probably the key one to look at. So you had the Mocha nightclub at this end and the Aurora Hotel, which you can see in the background, the proposed multi-storey car park, and then you had 3 buildings running along with gaps here and here. Effectively, that one was in roughly the position of Overline House, but as you can see, it's a different size and shape to Overline House, but the railway would have been within that building. You can see it just highlighted here, and then you have the south-facing elevation below. So that's just to give you a bit of context. I think what I'll do now is run through some photographs. I'm sure you'll all know the site fairly well, but I'll do this now, and then we won't need to come back to this with the subsequent applications. So the photo on the left and the middle one are views from the footbridge. Firstly, looking east down towards the level crossing, across the existing station car park with Station Way on the right-hand side here and the railway line on the left. And then this one's looking the other way. You can see the railway line and Overline House here. On the right hand side, you've got a view along Station Way. Here are some closer views of Overline House. So you can see the existing station entrance here. And obviously the design of the building. You've got the staircase at the eastern end, and a kind of slightly recessed lower floor with a very regular fenestration and the concrete fins on the upper floors. The upper floors are currently vacant office space, but obviously the ground floor station and taxi office and coffee shop and various things are still in active use. On the left hand side there you can see the new pedestrian footbridge, or new accessible footbridge actually, over the station. So that has replaced the one that I showed you earlier on the outline plan. And some photos of the footbridge. So this is the view as you come up from East Park. You can see a block of flats on the left hand side there, and the footbridge is just round to the left. That's the side wall of the flats and the staircase up, and there you can see the footbridge as it's seen from that end of the link. That's the view across the footbridge, looking back towards the flats on East Park, and then this is the view from Station Way from the other side, where the steps come down to the pavement. So turning to the Reserve Matters application, you'll see there's a slightly different site plan. So the red line is basically as was previously proposed in the outline application, but you'll see the green line around Overline House here, and that's because Overline House is not part of this application. It's part of the subject. It's the subject of the second application that's going to follow this one. So that's the site location, and as a result, the proposal is obviously slightly different. Let me just enlarge that a bit. So the proposal is for 3 linked buildings to provide a total of 223 flats, 75 car parking spaces, 11 motorbike spaces and 300 cycle parking spaces, and it also includes external space around Overline House in this area here. So I'll start at the western end. There's a piece of land which is adjacent to the railway, which is proposed to be a residence garden. So that it's got landscape on it at the moment, and it's adjacent to the level crossing, which you can just see on the left hand side there. Moving along, you've got 3 buildings, each of which will have their own separate entrance to residential upper floors, and there'll be a car park at ground level running the length of the 3 buildings. There will be a gap between building 1 and 2, and as you can see, there's a gap between buildings 2 and 3, which will lead through to the link to East Park. So that link will be retained, although it will be altered, as we'll come on to talk about later. And as I said, Overline House is not part of this application, but you do then, beyond that, get the station surface car park in this area, and the access coming in with some drop-off areas, and an extended terrace, and then some steps down to pavement level. So basically some enhancement to this area to help with the refurbished station. I'll come on to give you more details of that as we go on. So that's the site plan. There are a lot of plans with this application. So what I'm proposing to do is just to show you the master plan, which cover all 3 of the buildings. We do have more detailed plans showing each individual building. So this is sorry, it's probably still too small. This is the proposed ground floor layout. So this is the car park. So coming in off Station Way, you'd come in fairly centrally to the site here, and then you've got a lane to move vehicles up and down here with parking to either side. You've also got a number of cycle stores and a number of refuse stores. Now these have been amended as the application has been considered. There's been quite a number of amendments to these applications. The cycle stores are the ones you can probably see they have a lot of small lines next to each other. So these areas here are all areas of cycle parking. And as you can see, they're sort of spread throughout the development. So whichever part of the building you lived in, you would have fairly easy access to a cycle store. The bin stores have been relocated, and they're now all on the front of the building. So there's one there, and one there. And the reason they've been relocated is to ensure that the pull distances for refuse collection vehicles, one bay is here for the collection vehicles and one is here, to make sure that the pull distance for the bins wasn't too far. So that is an amendment to the original scheme. In terms of the principle of the development, obviously that has been established by the outline permission. So the key change here is that on the upper floors we are now looking at a smaller site, as you've seen, and a reduced number of flats as a result. So the outline permission was for 308 flats, but the current Reserve Matters application is for 223 flats. And they are spread across the buildings. Let's zoom in a bit further on that. So you've got basically a spine running along each of the three buildings, with flats to the north and south. So they are largely single aspect but with some dual aspect flats on the corners and on the sides. There are a number of entrances, I think 5 entrances in total to come in. You can see the stair cores here, 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 here and here. And then moving along, you can see that the building projects forward of Overline House. So the purple building there is Overline House, which is to be retained. Now at first floor level, what you can also see is a south-facing terrace. So as the link comes across, at that point where it joins, the link will carry on through, but residents will have access to a private terrace in this area, which, as you can see illustratively there, will be landscaped. And then I won't run through all the upper floors, but I will highlight where the differences occur. So you can see the second floor there, which is pretty similar to the floor you've just seen, similar layout with the spine corridor running along. What you begin to see is, you can see hopefully some darker grey areas there, which are where the flats have balconies. So a number of many of the flats will have balconies, and you can see some on the corners as well. So they continue up the building. I'll jump from the second, so the second to the 5th floors are pretty similar. The reason to show you the upper floors is to illustrate how the building heights change really. So at 6th floor level, you can see building 1, the actual built form reduces. You've got a smaller number of flats and you start to get some roof areas around, some of which would be used for terraces. But the taller buildings 2 and 3 continue as they previously did. And then similarly on the 7th floor, again, you can see that it steps in with some additional roof area, and that continues on the 8th floor with further reduction. So building 1 there has reached its full height, and buildings 2 and 3 are now starting to step in. You can see the dark grey roof areas around. And then finally on the 9th floor, you can see building 2 has reached its full height now, and building 3 is starting to step in and have some roof areas and some terraces around. So that's the floor plans. Let me start in terms of elevations with the contextual elevation. So this shows the full scheme. Again, let me just zoom in. So I'll start again from the level crossing end. So the level crossing is just off to the right here. You can see the lower building of building 1 with its entrance here, and doors to things like bin stores and bike stores in the plinth. You can see, and I'll show you more detail on this, but the plinth area here, the lower 2 floors, and then a different treatment to the upper elevations, and you can see how the stair core and the lift core extends up through the buildings, and then some recessed upper floors. And a similar design approach is taken on buildings 2 and 3, although obviously they step up in height. You can see the gap between building 1 and 2 there, and the staircase up to the Eastbridge link between building 2 and 3 there. And then at the end, you can see this is shown illustratively because this is subject to the full application, but you've got the existing Overline House building shown there, not the proposed refurbishment of it. And then from the other side, again, starting, you can see a similar treatment in terms of elevations. Obviously, the ground floor backs onto the railway, but you can see the gaps again. And then at this level here would be where the roof terrace would run through, and the East Park link would come through just here. And then below you have the elevations of the end of the building. You can see how some of the balconies wrap around different buildings, and in this one you can see the East Park link coming across over the railway and then down through the development back down to pavement level as it currently does. So those are that's the contextual elevations. I think probably I won't show you all three buildings, but we do have individual elevations, so you can see, you've already seen that really, but that's the elevation of building 1, so we do have more detailed elevations of those. Now, in terms of actual materials and things, we have a series of more detailed drawings. Now, what is proposed, as you will have seen in the report, are different coloured brick panels. I mean, they're kind of the dominant feature on the elevations. 3 different coloured bricks are proposed, and you can see how they would relate to each other. And they extend over a varying number of floors, but generally 5 to 7 floors in height. You can see at the lower level the Portland stone plinth, which is proposed, and also through the brickwork that colouring running through to indicate where the floor areas are. And then you can see the different treatment of the recessed top floor and where the staircores and things run up the building, the breaks between the brick panels. So that's one of the detailed elevations. That shows you a different part of the building. So again, you've got you've got the plinth. Part of the car park would be ventilated with some perforated grills, and it's proposed that there be some artwork within those to add visual interest at pavement level. And then there's a third one here. So that again, that shows you one of the residential entrances. So they are slightly recessed, and they're proposed to be in a warm kind of timber colour cladding to, again, to add some interest to the building. I think the recess will do that too, but to clearly demarcate the residential entrances, and you can see the treatment of the staircores above. And then we also have a series of drawings that illustrate the plinth detailing. So you can see here residential entrances, the entrance to the car park, you can see where some of the perforated panels may be, and then the doors which give access to things like the bike stores and the bin stores. And then I think if that's a very similar drawing, I think, yes, so you can see the same thing again, extends further along the building. So just to pick up on a couple of other issues that are in the report, so we are now dealing with the reserve matters application, which is for all the matters that were previously reserved. So it's access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. As I said, it is for a slightly smaller site than the original outline, but that is allowable under the planning system. The relationship to neighbours, the scheme obviously will be clearly seen from a number of East Park properties, but that was assessed in some detail at outline stage. The main backs of the East Park, the houses in East Park are generally around 40 metres away. The two that are slightly closer are ones in the courtyard, which is predominantly a commercial scheme, and 42A to 42D, which is the block of flats at the end of the footbridge, the East Park end of the footbridge. So the relationship of neighbours has been established really by the outline, and there is not a great deal of difference between the relationships that were previously agreed and the current ones. Just to move on to talk about some landscaping, because obviously that is a critical part of the scheme. Now, because of the extent of the way that the reserve matters application wraps around Overline House, the plaza proposed to the front of the station is part of the reserve matters application. So I'll zoom in on different parts of this drawing. So over on the right hand side here, you can see the proposals for the forecourt. Now the station building is a separate application, as I've said, and the canopy which projects out is also part of that full application that covers that area here. But the plaza itself involves extending the existing terrace or the area at the top of the steps as it currently is out further, and you can see at this side of the building it comes out even further still, and then having a series of steps and ramps that run down to pavement level. with some additional planting. You've got a row of trees along the bottom of the ramp and the staircase, and then additional planting out onto the public realm. And this scheme obviously does need to tie into the wider public realm improvements along Station Way and into Priory Way that the council has secured funding for. So that's the plaza area to the front of the station, and you can see in some of the other parts of the drawings, and to reduce the you can see how it steps down there from the station level, the upper plaza. You've got some concrete steps, but the ramped access kind of runs through that and coming down to pavement level. You can see there's planting beds included and also concrete seating that would be built into the ramps. So you can see how the change in levels is dealt with. And then here we can come on to talk about this in the second application, but you can see how the plaza and the trees relate to Overline House itself. And there are other planting areas, as I mentioned. So at the western end, you've got the residence garden. You can see we've got a detailed planting scheme for that. And you can see again seating areas for residents to make use of that area. And finally, the terraced garden area at first floor level. So this is to the south of building 3. So you've got the pedestrian link through East Park here, and you can see terraced area here for residents with pergolas and landscaping planting in there too. So we'll just move on to pick up a few of the items in the report. There is actually a correction in the residential environment where I talk about the number of flats, paragraph 5.14. There's a table there, and I'm afraid the number of studio flats and 1-bed flats is incorrect. It should be 10 studio flats and 131 1-bed flats, which ties in with the figures given in paragraph 5.16 below, where I talk about the floor space and the space standards and balcony areas. So you will have seen from the report that, I mean, most of the flats do have good levels of natural light, obviously, particularly the southerly, south-facing ones. 65 would have access to a private balcony or terraced area, which would meet our urban design SPD standards. This is paragraph 5.17. A further 115 flats would have a smaller balcony or terrace, and they would have French doors and things to open out onto those. And then 42 of the flats would have no private amenity space, but would have access to the communal areas. Noise was an issue that was considered as part of the outline application. I will come on to say more of that on Overline House, where we'd be applying our current policies. But in terms of noise for the outline application, there are 2 conditions that already require noise mitigation details to be submitted. So that issue has been covered. Just moving on to parking. So paragraph 5.34, perhaps if I go back to the ground floor layout. So 75 parking spaces are proposed there. Now the outline application proposed 111 car parking spaces for the 308 flats that it contained, but it did have the additional space on the ground floor of Overline, of the site of Overline House, because at that time the building was to be redeveloped. That is because that structure is now proposed to stay in place. There's no possibility to put parking at ground floor level here, so there's a slightly reduced area, which means this reserve matters application proposes 75 spaces at ground floor level. They would serve the flats above, but the applicant is also proposing that they would make some provision for residents of Overline House. So in total, there'd be 75 spaces for 306 flats. Now, obviously, this doesn't meet our parking standards, but it compares fairly well actually with other schemes like the Mocker and Longley House and Zurich House schemes within the town centre and very nearby, where a lower level of parking has been agreed, subject to things like travel plans and measures to ensure that alternative means of transport are available. But clearly this is a very accessible site by rail, as much as bus, and an easy walk into the town centre. So we do think in terms of parking provision, this reserve matters application is acceptable. Obviously another key issue here is Network Rail's interests, and they have confirmed that they've worked with Aurora, the applicants, and signed a development and agreement and an asset protection agreement. So Network Rail does support the scheme and is content for it to proceed on the basis that is set out before you tonight. And then I think the other issue, I mean, there's a number of other issues such as sustainability that are set out in the report and heritage and archaeology. I think the other key thing to mention or key issues are infrastructure, affordable housing, and the links between the schemes. So for this reserve matters application, no affordable housing is proposed. The scheme was subject to a viability review at outline application stage, and it was concluded that it could not support affordable housing. As part of pre-application discussions on this, an updated viability assessment was submitted to us, and that again has been independently scrutinised by the district valuer, and again concluded that the wider scheme, so this was including the Overline house proposal, still could not support affordable housing. Whilst that is unfortunate, obviously, in terms of this reserve matters application, the scheme has been assessed twice. It has outline planning permission with a related 106 that does not secure affordable housing, and it clearly would not be appropriate to pursue that further as part of this reserve matters application. It's a slightly different story on the Overline house, as I'll explain later. But so in terms of this scheme, there would be no affordable housing proposed. The outline application was also granted permission before SIL came into effect. So rather than making those payments, it was subject to our previous provisions on infrastructure. So you can see there's a table on page 32, which sets out the original section 106 contributions, which were mainly for services, county council services, with some provision for open space and tree planting. So the recommendation is to bring that forward as part of a deed of variation, to bring those contributions forward on the basis of the right hand side of that table, so on a pro rata basis to reflect the fact there's 223 flats proposed in this application rather than 308 original ones. Now finally, to deal with the comprehensive nature of this development, you'll see paragraphs 570 to 572 cover this. The reason for the three applications is a little complicated, I guess. It is for sort of planning legislation reasons, really, and we were advised that the retention of Overline House was not covered by the outline planning permission, nor was the removal of the multi-storey car park, and that has led to the three applications that we have before us. But they are clearly integral to each other. And it is important that we make sure that different elements of them are brought forward and are brought forward in a phased and in a sensible manner. So we are suggesting there that a phasing and implementation plan be required across the three schemes that would secure those key bullet points like the refurbished station, the links into the wider public realm improvements, delivery of all the parking and the public and private landscaped areas. And I'll come on to the other points at the top of page 33 in the Overline House presentation, because they relate to that scheme, other than the refuse and recycling store, which you can see it's actually in this area here. So you can see it's outside the green line as it is here for the Overline House application. So the refuse store to serve this building is actually in the reserve matter. So again, we need to make sure that is delivered. And with the Footbridge link, again, we need to make sure that is delivered following the works proposed in the application the third application on Station Way. So overall, this has outline permission. It clearly is a sustainable location, and it will deliver housing within the town centre, which policy supports. Its design and form broadly follows the outline scheme, the illustrative scheme, and we think it is acceptable, although there are some shortfalls in space standards and amenity space. We do think it's acceptable in this town centre location. And its links into the wider development can be secured by way of the deed of variation and 106 agreements that are proposed in the recommendations. You'll see the conditions listed in the report. There's 13 conditions. Now they pick up on things that were not covered by the outline application, so you may think a number of issues are missing from those, but the outline application did have a comprehensive series of conditions that picked up on many of the issues that we would normally do. I can clarify that if you wish, but the conditions that are recommended here really pick up on additional points. Okay, I think that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walk. Before we proceed, Councillor Rana joined us just as you were starting your presentation, so can I please go to the Democratic Services Officer for introductions and declarations? Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Chair. Councillor Rana, if you could please turn your camera on so that I could ask you to introduce yourself, giving your the ward that you represent, please.
Wakey, wakey, Tyra.
Councillor Rana?
Sorry, Mez. Just been so busy, actually. Sorry about that.
Okay, could I just ask you to introduce yourself, given the ward that you represent, please?
Okay, I'm Councillor Tahira Rana, and I represent Broadfield. I agree with the minutes of the last meeting. I have no declarations to declare, and I have not been lobbied on any subjects. Thank you.
Lovely. Have you visited any of the application sites?
No, I haven't, Mez. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. And as you missed the first few moments of the planner's presentation, would you please confirm whether or not you have been able to read the report relating to this item?
I have, yeah, because I have read it, and because plus this was, when I first came out, I was in a meeting 5 years ago when I was first introduced. I know all about it. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. So as you've read the report and you only missed the start of the presentation, yeah, I can confirm that you will be entitled to vote on this item.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We have had one statement submitted on this item from, I say, a member of the public. Would the Democratic Services Officer please read the statement? Thank you.
Thank you. We've had the statement has been received by the Aurora Group, the applicant, on behalf of Surinder Aurora, who is the founder and chief executive officer. Dear members, I'm pleased to be able to address you tonight via this statement, which applies to all three of our current applications at the Station Gateway site. As many of you all know, the Aurora Group has been working very hard on our proposals for the Crawley Station Gateway site since submitting our original outline planning application for its redevelopment, which was permitted in 2016. We believe this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform Crawley railway station and the surrounding public realm, and to deliver high-quality living accommodation for Crawley's new town centre neighbourhood, founded on £70 million of investment from the Aurora Group. The site is unique and represents a strategically critical gateway into Crawley, and a vitally important first impression of Crawley town centre, with its ability to attract further investment and business activity. Sadly, the current condition of the railway station, Overline House, and the entire site is no longer fit for purpose, and adversely affects the image of the town. However, its brownfield urban location, linear shape, and fragmented ownerships present great challenges in achieving comprehensive redevelopment and scheme viability, particularly given the constraints of the operational railway and station, which must continue to provide uninterrupted rail services during any redevelopment. A number of complex issues linked to the operational railway and the requirements of Network Rail have resulted in amendments to the approved outline scheme, including submission of a separate full application to retain and remodel Overline House. Throughout a protracted process, we did not give up on negotiations with Network Rail, and we've worked hard, positively and successfully with the railway bodies and many other stakeholders to achieve an agreement on the way forward, as always with the support of your officers to ensure that this complex redevelopment can viably proceed. We also intend to proceed with the railway station modernisation works as phase 1, which the Aurora Group will be financing, so that the benefits to Crawley residents, businesses and visitors of the station transformation can be delivered at the earliest opportunity, so providing a major boost to Crawley's economic recovery. A project of this scale and complexity represents a massive opportunity, surely not to be missed, to secure transformation of this key gateway site. Moreover, our scheme will help to unlock millions of pounds of public funding investment from the Crawley Growth Programme in public realm improvement works along Station Way and the modernisation of Crawley Bus Station. The whole scheme will transform the town centre living and working environment. In addition to creating the required new gateway to Crawley Town Centre and beyond, the 304 apartments proposed will significantly boost housing supply in a highly sustainable location, as well as helping to reinforce the future vitality and viability of the town centre. I am pleased that we've been able to agree to officers' request to provide some affordable housing units within the Overline House element of the scheme, despite development viability being, at best, only marginal. In addition, we will be providing SIL and Section 106 contributions to boost investment in Crawley's infrastructure. The proposed development is in accordance with relevant town centre first policies within the NPCF and policy H2 key housing sites of the Crawley Local Plan 2015-2030, which identifies the site on the proposal's map as a key deliverable housing site. The Aurora Group has a long track record of investment in Crawley, including the completion of major refurbishments during the current pandemic of all 518 bedrooms, bathrooms, back of house, conference, restaurant and public areas back to concrete with our Sofitel Hotel at North Terminal Gatwick, £14.5 million, and at the same time, the same refurbishment plus approved extensions at our 820 bedroom Hilton Hotel at South Terminal, over £30 million. We are currently considering refurbishment options for the Aurora Hotel at Southgate Avenue, which would bring a further boost for Crawley Town Centre. These investments for the future demonstrate our long-term commitment to the town, notwithstanding the current financial impacts on our businesses caused by the current pandemic. To underline the commitment further, we are aiming to get on site to commence phase 1 of the Station Gateway scheme and the railway station transformation as soon as possible, the first phase in our £70 million investment into Crawley Town Centre. We're also committed to enabling local residents to access construction jobs and apprenticeships arising from the scheme, particularly those that have been made unemployed as a result of the pandemic. Thank you for listening to me, and I very much hope that members will agree to your officers' recommendations and permit and approve our 3 applications at your committee meeting so we can get to work. I look forward to breaking ground with you on site as soon as possible to begin the actual transformation of Crawley Station Gateway to boost Crawley's economic recovery. That's the end of the statement, and would committee members please note that that statement refers to the current item as well as items 6 and 7 of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Tamplin. The process for consideration of applications is as follows. Committee members wishing to speak should turn on their camera and will be invited to speak one by one. Once all those who wish to speak have done so, the planning officer will respond with any queries, and so we will go around. We will now begin consideration of the application. Please turn on your camera if you wish to speak.
Councillor Ascough.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, is there any way that the new residents in the apartments can apply for parking permits in East Park, for example? I'm concerned obviously about the amount of, or the lack of parking, and if they will then start applying to park around there, which is obviously a hugely congested area at this time. So I just wondered if that is a possibility that they could do that, and if so, is there a way that we can actually stop that from happening? Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. I've followed this scheme actually in a way since 2013 when I first met Surinder Aurora when I was the shadow cabinet member for planning and economic development, and I've followed and been involved in the evolution of this scheme to the scheme that we see in front of us today with outline permission, where we have to endorse.
Can't hear you, Peter.
Well, I'll try speaking up a bit louder. I don't think there's anything else I can do. This scheme has been very difficult to get all the interested parties to work together, including Network Rail, GTR, West Sussex, ourselves, and of course Aurora themselves. And I think it's actually now on the verge of becoming a real scheme that's going to make a significant, not just a significant investment into our town, but a significant difference to the main railway gateway into the town and to the whole appearance of the southern side of the town centre. And it will support and endorse the whole approach we're following of improvement and investment in our town to help bring more business and more jobs to our town going forward at a time when we particularly need them. I think the only real challenge with it is parking. We've had many discussions on this committee about parking in the context of the town centre, and I don't plan to go over those again. There will be a car club, there's a bus stop station across the street. It's a great place for getting the train to Gatwick, etc., to Brighton. So I'm going to wholeheartedly support this scheme and vote for the recommendation to permit the approval of reserve matters. And I'd encourage all committee members to join me in doing that and putting a vote for the future of our town. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jaggard.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. I have got a number of questions and queries about the application. As with the other people who've already spoken, I have known this application right from way back, so I'm quite familiar with it. On paragraph 5.7, I just want to confirm the gaps between the buildings. Are the gaps now smaller than they were previously, or are they the same size? My particular concern is the sentence which says the gaps are limited. This would give the effect of a solid line of buildings from the south side of Station Way. Given their height too, the buildings would be imposing and would dominate the street scene. This would cause significant overshadowing of Station Way, and that is a concern that we are trying to develop the site. And I know that it is much better to have buildings, flats for people to live in than what is there currently, but that is a concern that we are overdeveloping, and the way that paragraph is worded, it does raise some concerns. And also the word unfortunate is used 2 or 3 times, 4 times maybe even within this report, and that is an unfortunate word to say unfortunately this, that and the other. So that is a little bit of a concern. I have got others. So talking about the overshadowing and the off Station Way, on the original application we were going to have a living green wall at the footpath level so that the people walking along Station Way would have something more than concrete to look at, and I'm a bit concerned that that has disappeared. So I'd like a little bit more clarification on that point. At 5.16 we talk about the studio flats. I'm pleased that Hamish has confirmed that there are 10 of them, because I was a little bit confused about the number. But can you confirm that these flats are 10 square metres smaller than they should be? That's 20% smaller than they should be. That is quite a significant amount of reduction in size. And I am, having lived in a studio flat myself, it is very, you've got your one room, and if it is 10 square meters, 20%, that is a lot smaller. Then I would also like to talk about 5.17. and it says that 115 flats would have a smaller balcony than the urban design SPD standards, and a further 42 would have none. Again, that is a significant number of flats. That's 70% of the flats, I think, are having outside space smaller than they should. Now, I appreciate that we have got the this terraces, which I'd also like to confirm, because the terrace on the ground level on the south of the building adjacent to the railway line, is that available for all the residents in all of the buildings, or is that going to be just available for the residents in that building number 3? If you can confirm that one way or the other. And then on the other gardeny thing, on the west of the building, the narrow strip there, right at the very, very west of that, within the application, there is an area that is just plain white on the plan, and I want to know what that is and why that has been left plain white. It doesn't seem to have any development going on there at all, and yet it is within the application site. So can you confirm that? And talking about roof terrace, I've got loads of things. Talking about roof terraces, I just wondered why we're not having anything on the actual roof for residents as well. Mocha is going to be having a roof terrace, and a later application in tonight's agenda at the ambulance station is going to have roof terracing for the for all the residents to enjoy, and I just wondered whether that and why that hasn't been included. And on the same line, at paragraph 5.45, it talks about we don't seem to have any solar panels on this building, yet on the Overline house development, which the next item agenda, it does. So I wondered why Overline house has solar panels, yet this particular application doesn't. And just to confirm with Hamish about the parking, obviously the multi-storey car park thing was available for people commuting from Crawley station. That is no longer going to be the case. I'm not sure whether that's on this application because it's the whole site, or whether it's on the Overline house development, but there's going to be nowhere for commuters to park, and that is a concern, particularly after Councillor Athcoff said about the parking situation within Southgate. We do not want to encourage commuters to be parking in Southgate or anywhere else. If they are going to come, I know there's a bus stop opposite, but not all people are going to be using it. They're going to be coming from further afield into Crawley station. Where are the commuters going to park who are using the station? Because they will do. They will come from out of Crawley and have to come in by car. I think that's all of mine. Thank you. That's a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. You're muted, Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Councillor. Hi. I don't think so. I'm not muted here. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. Right. Yes, I'm Councillor Mike Pickett, and I'm one of the councillors for Southgate, and I live about 100 yards, 100 metres from the railway and the bridge over it, the iron footbridge. Anyway, parking. Listening to what other people have said, it's quite clear parking is going to be a very serious problem, and the provision that's been made so far, in my opinion, is inadequate. Already, many commuters are parking along East Park, also along Malthouse Road and into Varley Close, and local residents are very unhappy about this. I don't know if anything can be done to improve the parking for people that are using the railway, but it certainly needs some careful thought by the planners. I'm sorry I'm talking a bit strange, but I've got a problem with my lower lip. Anyway, that's all I had to say and about parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you very much. I think most of the points I might have raised have all been raised, most of them by Peter or Kim. The gateway scheme, station gateway scheme, is one that we would welcome in the town, particularly the redevelopment of the station itself and the provision of more housing. However, I do have to express concerns about the size of some of the smallest flats, that is to say that they are very small, but also the amenity space, in that such a large number of flats within the development either having no private amenity space or a below standard level of amenity space. On car parking, that's a very difficult issue all across the town, but in terms of this development sitting within the town centre perimeter, the level of parking here is commensurate with that with other schemes that we have supported and passed, and in this case I think that it's adequate. Thank you. Councillor Irvine.
Thank you, Chair. Well, what I'm going to say probably cuts across both agenda items 5 and 6. It's almost impossible to separate them out, especially if you're a lay person like me. Initially, I was concerned about the car parking, and I was surprised in paragraph 2.4 to see that there's provision for 300 cycle spaces. And my concern was that cycle seems an awful lot, and my concern was that there'd be an excess of cycle spaces which wouldn't be used when the space could probably be used instead, or some of it, for car parking. But it seems that the cycle spaces are interwoven into the design of the building, so the space couldn't be allocated for car parking anyway. But I've got to say, I mean, I know this is a prestigious, or potentially a prestigious development for the town, and there's a lot of ambition riding on it. But I do find myself a bit disappointed, well, not just a bit disappointed, actually very disappointed in the amount of affordable housing that's been proposed. Because, and I would say that, I'm not saying that as a cabinet member for housing, I'm saying that just because that's what I believe. I believe that town centres are a place where people who can't afford to buy out in the open market should be entitled to live as much as anybody else. And it does seem to me that it was said in the applicant's letter was read out to us that they, the Aurora Group, are providing the improvements to the railway station. But in actual fact, that those improvements are being afforded by taking out the viability from the development for affordable housing. And when you look at some of the improvements, okay, I'm not going to say they're not welcome, but some of them, like for example, refurbished ticket office, back office space, refurbished toilets, which are needed because they are horrible, and a refurbished waiting room, are actually really the responsibility of Network Rail, and not really. So we've got, in a way, our public sector is subsidising another part of the public sector for something which they should be paying for. So what I'm wondering is why, when we have a policy of 40% affordable housing, and I realise that may not always be achievable, why has it been decided to recommend to us, and we do, rely greatly on our officer's recommendations, that a refurbished railway station, which is not new and is preferable to having more affordable housing? Yeah, I think that's everything. So at the moment, Chair, to conclude, I'm a floating voter on this.
Thank you, Councillor Belbin.
Thank you very much. I would personally reiterate the points which others have made about parking and some of the size of terraces or not, as the case may be, on some of the flats. I've just got one question really, and I don't know if the officer can answer this. In the presentation made by the gentleman from Aurora, which Miss Tampton read out, and in the lobbying they've done, they mention a cost of £70 million. I would just like to know if anyone can answer this, and I appreciate it might be able to answer it, if that is their estimated cost, obviously, for the entire of this particular application for all around there, because taking into account Overline House as well, which is 81 or 83 flats, something of that order, that works out an average of £230,000 cost per flat or cost per unit, which obviously is quite a lot. It might explain some way towards the affordable housing concern. But I was wondering if that could possibly be clarified, if that is an overall cost or if that is their investment, including other aspects of the town centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
I don't see anybody else with their cameras on, so Mr. Walk, would you please respond to the questions and comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll run through these in, well, as close to the order they were asked in as I can, but I may jump about a little bit as I show you plans to illustrate some of the answers. So there's been a number of questions on parking, and a particular one from Councillor Ashcoff about whether the residents would be eligible for East Park permits. Now, I'm certain the answer to that is no. East Park is in Zone D, and that runs south of the railway line, and the application site north of the railway line not in the same zone, so residents would not be eligible for a permit within that zone. I think as part of previous applications on Zurich House, I think there was further discussion on parking, but the application residents within this scheme would not be eligible for parking in those streets. So there were a number of other comments on parking. I'm not sure there were. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Jaggard asked a question about station parking. So this is what you're seeing now is the outline application illustrative scheme. Now you've got to bear in mind this is only illustrative. There was nothing fixed about this, but it showed a multi-storey car park at this end of the scheme. No parking in this area to the front, but there was residential parking proposed on the ground floor. Whilst I'm on this plan, I'm just going to answer the question about the gaps between the buildings, and then I'll come back to show you what the current parking is. So you can see here the illustrative scheme had a long building at this end with a gap where the link through to East Park was or is. And there was a second gap here, and then actually the development then continued basically up to the Mocha boundary, or close to the boundary, and there was a small gap where the ramps came up to the car park. So you actually only had these two gaps, and I've just measured them. They were, I think, 18 and 16 metres wide, scaling off that. So they were slightly wider than the gaps that we have proposed now, but we now have 3 gaps and the space to the side of Overline House. So let me just move away from that to what's I going to answer next, the parking question on the current scheme. So it's fairly slow to tick over on the photos. So to answer Councillor Jaggard's question on parking, as well as the ground floor parking proposed within the residential scheme, as I outlined earlier in these buildings here, there'd be no parking under Overline House, but the station car park to the east of Overline House would remain as a surface car park rather than a multi-storey car park that was previously proposed, but that appears to have 97 spaces within it, and then you've got additional drop-off spaces and taxi rank along the front of the site. So a large area of parking would be retained, and the number of spaces must be comparable to the ones that are currently within that area. So hopefully that answers the station car parking question. So yes, I think that's all the questions. I understand members obviously have concerns about parking, but I think that's all the questions that were asked about parking. In terms of overshadowing, the building clearly will overshadow Station Way to some extent. You've got Overline House and then 3 new buildings along here running in an east-west direction. Obviously anything to the north of there is going to be relatively shaded by buildings that range from 6 stories up to 10 stories along here. I don't think there's any other way you can deal with that. That is the nature of the development. But I think the critical thing to remember is that it already has outline approval. I've just shown you the outline illustrative plan and it didn't show a very dissimilar layout to the buildings. So I think if that were a significant concern, that would have to have been raised at outline application stage. It's not something that we can revisit now and suggest that that relationship is unacceptable. There was reference to a green wall which was running along the lower parts of this building on the outline scheme. I think it's been concluded that you would struggle to get a green wall to survive in that, given that it is north facing. You'd have to have some very hardy plants that could cope with very shady conditions. I think it was concluded that was not likely to be very successful. So as I said, there is now a proposal for some perforated artwork panels. And I think the work that the applicant has done during the course of this application to improve the residential entrances also helps. They are now significantly improved. They've got the kind of recessed entrance and, as I said, the sort of warm timber colours within them. And there will be low-level planters along this elevation. You can see the green line along here. There is proposed to be some planting. It just won't be to the scale of the green wall that was originally hoped for. The terrace to this terrace area here, which again Councillor Jaggard asked a question about, looking at the floor plans, there is a link from within this building, from the corridor within this building. So I don't have full details, but I would assume it would be accessible to residents of building 3 because there's a door leading onto it. And residents of the flats here would have, some of them have a private sort of terrace or patio area outside, but they would obviously have direct access onto the common area. But yes, there would be some, it would be open to wider residents, I suspect just within building 3 rather than within the other buildings. Councillor Jaggard also asked about the white strip of land, which I assume is that area there. Now that
sorry, Hamish, it's the bit that's got the little square in it at the very west.
That bit there?
Bit. Yeah, that bit.
Um,
on the original plan, it was part of the garden, but on this, it looks like it's just plain nothingness.
yes, I don't know what that. I can go back in a second to the other plan, which may show more detail. It does say details of screening residence gardens to be confirmed, but I'm assuming that refers to the boundary treatment rather than works within that. It may be that that's a kind of nature area or something, so it is. I mean, it appears to be bounded by a hedge or something. Actually, I think there's also a mast down there, so it may be a retention of the telecoms mast that is perhaps already there. There's certainly one down in that location somewhere.
There is a telecoms mast down there, yes.
And I can't see it marked anywhere else, so I wonder whether that square is actually the telecoms mast, which would probably need to just be screened off from residents' access. But I will try and check that on the more detailed plan that I've got. Solar panels. There are solar panels proposed on the building, but they are covered by condition 20 on the outline application, which deals with various sustainability measures, but it requires details of any renewable energy measures and low carbon technologies that are proposed to be submitted to us and approved and then implemented. So it is my understanding that solar panels are proposed to be located on the roof of this building, but we don't have full details of them yet. And then Councillor Jaggard asked about the space standards for the studio flats. And she's quite right. I mean, the ones that are 40 square metres are clearly a fair way below the standard. Most of them are the higher figures, the 48 or the 46. I've looked through. I haven't actually found the 40 ones yet, but I've found 6 of the 10 which are 46.6 square metres. And I think of the remaining ones, 2 are 48 square metres and 2 are 40 square metres. So there's only 2 flats, I think, that are the lower figure there. And Councillor Jaggard also mentioned the amenity space, I think, but I don't think she actually asked a question on that. I think she just raised concerns about that. And then, so Councillor Irvine asked some questions about affordable housing. As I said in the presentation, viability for this scheme has been assessed twice independently by the district valuer. First at outline application stage, and that concluded that the scheme could not support affordable housing. And quite simply, we can't revisit that now as part of the reserve matters application. That's a kind of done deal, really. We supported that at the time. The applicant has secured planning permission subject to a Section 106 agreement, which did secure contributions towards other things. And we can't, as part of a reserve matters application that follows an outline, seek to push them to deliver affordable housing. Regardless of that, they have submitted they did submit a revised viability appraisal as part of our discussions when they were looking to retain the overline house structure. And that came to the same conclusion. Again, it went to the district valuer, and again the district valuer concluded that the scheme could not support affordable housing. Regardless of that, as you'll come on to see on the next application, we have managed to secure 10% affordable housing as part of the outline scheme. So in total, we've gone from 308 flats with no affordable housing at all to 306 flats with 8 affordable units. So the situation, it may be a relatively marginal improvement, but there has been an improvement in affordable housing terms. But as I said, quite simply, we have no justification to try and secure more affordable through the reserve matters application. So I think that was and Councillor Belbin asked a question about the £70 million. I'm afraid I don't know what that total cost relates to. Without going back to the viability appraisals, I wouldn't be able to tell you what that actually covers, but I would assume it's a total cost for the whole scheme, including things like the public realm improvements and all the related elements of it. Let me just go back to the planting scheme and just see if I can answer the question about the western end of the proposal. Not sure it's actually any clearer there.
So I have just looked at an aerial photograph of on another website, and that is the telecoms mast.
Yeah, that would seem to tie up with the fact there's an access clearly in here to service the mast, and appears to be planting around that. So I think that area does not form part of the garden, but this is the area that would be available to residents. So I think that's answered all the questions, but by all means come back to me if I've missed anything.
Thank you very much. I think we will go back to members for further questions. If there are any, please turn your cameras on if you have any further questions. Then I have one, I think, if my colleague's not going to ask it. Oh, she is.
Councillor Jaggard.
Thank you. I just want to clarify the gaps between the buildings again. So previously there were going to be 2 gaps, one of 16 metres and one of 18 metres, and now there are going to be 3 gaps of only 5 metres each. So the gaps have actually reduced dramatically, and we've got the far bigger, far more imposing building than the outline planning permission was for. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly? Because it does seem to be much more than the outline permission, basically.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
I can't see any other cameras, so Mr. Walk, can we come back to you on that one, please?
Yes, sorry, I'm here. I'm just trying to get you up an image to illustrate what I'm talking about there.
It's quite all right, thank you.
So I think I forgot to show these in the presentation, but these are illustrations of the scheme as it's proposed. The point that I was trying to make was not so much that the gaps when you're level with them are not wide enough. It's more that when you've got the angled views like these, you don't really perceive the gaps. So one of the gaps, for instance, is there. You can see it between buildings 1 and 2 as proposed. When you're actually walking along and you're directly in line with it, obviously you will see between the buildings, but as you're walking along the street, I think the concern is obviously you are going to see a lot of development with limited gaps between them. I mean, the difference in gaps is partly also that down at the far end, we are now going to have a very sizable gap between the end of Overline House and the Mocker boundary. So you can't directly compare the gaps on the outline scheme because the buildings there moved much closer to that boundary. So that very large gap became much smaller. But the point really is not so much, I think, about the size of the gaps. Yes, it may well be better to have had larger gaps. The problem is we have an outline permission for 308 flats in that site. And it is very difficult to see how you can achieve that without an extensive kind of wall of development with limited gaps between them.
My concern really was for the residents of East Park before they had a gap of 16 metres. The small Victorian terraced houses along there had a gap of 16 to 18 metres each time, and now they've got no gap at all, or a 5 metre gap, which is considerably smaller. Okay, at the other end where the car park is a much bigger gap, but then that's not where the Victorian little houses are, and I'm very concerned for those residents of East Park.
Yes, I think I would say that in many ways that argument's gone. I take your point about the size of the gaps reducing, but the scale of development proposed has not been altered at all. The illustrative scheme at outline stage showed exactly what the impact was going to be on East Park. I'm not going to suggest that I think it's a wonderful relationship to East Park, but the distances involved do, broadly speaking, meet our window-to-window distances. Clearly they will see the building, but they are also looking towards the town centre. But the scale, as I said, the scale of development was dealt with at outline application stage, and I don't think there's much here that's significantly different in terms of that relationship that would justify any kind of different view being taken.
Thank you, Hamish.
Okay. I do quite like the artistic interpretation of those pictures that seem to show the north face of the building in sunlight. Anyway, back to the agenda. Are there any other questions or comments? If you would like to speak, please switch your camera on. I can't see any cameras going on. Councillor Mike Pickett, do you want to speak?
Jonathan, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question. This is to Hamish. Hamish, if you walk to the south side of the railway station over the footbridge from Station Way. There's a at the foot of the stairs, in front of anyone coming down those stairs, is quite a large empty site. Is that any? Does anyone know who owns that site or what it's for? It's just there. Can Hamish explain?
Do any of the officers have an answer on that?
I do know the
Thank
answer to that. It is connected with the Longley House site, so it's within the same ownership, which I think has recently transferred to A2 Dominion, but I'm not certain. But we don't. It doesn't form, I think, part of that application. I think it's just land that, probably for historic reasons, has been associated with the Longley House site. It's certainly not connected in any way with the station gateway proposals that are before you tonight.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Okay, any other questions? Again, I can't see any cameras going on. So all committee members having had the opportunity to speak, we will move on to the vote. A recorded vote will be taken by the Democratic Service Officer on my behalf. Members of the committee will be called upon to vote in alphabetical order. Once you are live, please state whether you are for or against the recommendation or if you abstain. The recommendation is to permit. As chairman of the meeting, I am moving the recommendation. I will be asking, as I will do all consistently this evening, the vice chair to second the recommendations. This is so that we can conduct an orderly vote. Please note that by moving or seconding recommendations, it does not necessarily indicate that either I or Councillor Hart support the recommendation itself. So I move the recommendation. Councillor Hart, would you please second?
Formally second the motion.
Thank you very much. Will the Democratic Services Officer please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a recorded vote being taken on agenda item 5. Committee members are asked to vote for or against the recommendation before them or by way of abstention. Please ensure that your video feed is live before you declare your vote. Councillor Ascough.
For.
Councillor Belbin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Councillor Irvine.
For.
Councillor Jaggard.
For.
Councillor Mughali.
For.
Councillor Pickett.
With some reservations, for.
Councillor Purdy.
For.
Councillor Rana, could you please turn your camera on for me?
Okay. 4 Ms.
Sorry, 4. Thank you.
4.
And Councillor Smith.
4.
Thank you. So the vote has been taken with 10 votes for, 0 votes against and 0 abstentions on the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Application CR 2019-0602 ARM, Overline House, Crawley Station and adjacent highway, Station Way, Northgate, Crawley, has been permitted, subject to the completion of a deed of variation to the previously agreed upon Section 106 agreement and as detailed in report PES 362A and the conditions and informatives set out in that report. Moving on to agenda item 6, reference number CR 2019 0660 FUL, Overline House, Station Way, Northgate, Crawley. Would the planning officer please introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you've heard quite a lot of the background to this. Let me just show you the applications, the location plan for this site, which obviously we have already touched on. So you have the red line shows the application site. You can see it includes the Overline House structure. It includes the external staircase on the west side of Overline House, and it includes the area in which the canopy is proposed to the front of Overline House, but it doesn't include any of the other surrounding land, including, as we discussed in the last application, the refuse store to serve the building, which would be located here. The main interest really from this application is what's going on inside the building. Obviously you'll all know parts of it fairly well. So the station concourse, currently you come up the steps, you've got the station concourse here, and then you have a left turn to go through the barriers if you're going onto the platform. So it's an angled arrangement at the moment with 3 barriers. You've got the ticket office here, various kind of back office uses over here, the taxi office to the front, the cafe, and you've got waiting room and toilet areas at the back, and then some office space over to this side and the entrance into the office space on the upper floors. So that's the station layout and the ground floor of Overline House as it currently is. The upper floors are all in office use. There's not really much point you showing you the plan for that. They're just office floors. So let's move on to talk about the detail of this application. So this is for a full application, so it's a completely freestanding application. It's not, in terms of the application itself, it's not currently connected to the wider proposals, and I'll come on to cover that in the recommendation. What is proposed is to basically strip the building back to its core and then to refurbish it to form a residential building with various commercial uses, including the station on the ground floor. So if I just run through the ground floor layout, you can see the entrance to the station is in exactly the same position, but the barriers have moved. So there's now proposed to be 4 barriers and running side to side across the concourse. So a layout that's much better suited for increasing flows of passengers to and from the platforms, and obviously the additional barrier will help with that as well. The ticket office stays broadly where it is now, as do the toilet and waiting room areas at the back. The waiting room becomes slightly bigger because the building is extended slightly outwards onto the platform. Cafe area remains where it is, with doors out to the front and glazing onto the side, which can be opened up as well. And then a key change here is a retail unit is now proposed at this end. The office, a number of the office uses that are currently in there are being relocated, so that will form a retail space, again with a glazed frontage, and now with a connecting walkway through to the station concourse. The taxi office is retained, but its position is altered slightly to get that link through. And then at the western end of the building, firstly, I guess you've got the lobby area leading up to the flats above, which is here where the current office entrance is. You've got a flexible office business use floor space here, and the energy centre for this building is located at the end. And then finally at the rear, you've got the bike store to serve residents of the flats above, with an access in here and also access out this way. I think that leads down into the bin store area as well, so it provides access down that way. So that's the proposals for the ground floor. Obviously the station platform would remain as it is, and again you can see the location of the canopy shown here, but as we discussed before, the plaza and the layout of that is largely covered by the reserved matters application. So moving on to the upper floors. This is the proposed first floor. Now it's largely residential, but one thing just to draw your attention to, I mentioned earlier the opening up of the station. So part of this first floor will be removed to create a much taller space over the entrance to the station. So that raises, I think, from 5 point something meters up to 8 or 9 meters, I think, from memory. So you get a much more spacious feel as you come into the station. And you can see on the remainder of that floor, you've got the spine corridor running down it and flats to the north and to the south. You can see some have balcony areas. These are the shaded areas here, and some to the front. And then moving on up, the second to fifth floors are a very similar layout, and they match each other. So you can see the corridor runs along. You've got flats around, a number of them with balconies, and you can see the projecting canopy from above there. And you can see also the stair core coming up from the entrance on the ground floor. At sixth floor level, the building starts to change, so you can see that it's beginning to be recessed from the main elevations, and that does give the opportunity to create some terraces, but it also helps to break up the mass of the building. You can see this flat over here has a balcony too, and some plant space up at this level as well. And then the seventh floor does more of the same really. You can see it's also recessed, but there's a further step back on this part of the building. And sorry, actually that's actually the top floor. And then the elevations, just zoom in a little. So that's the north elevation. So here you can see the canopy and the station entrance behind that. And you can see the much more extensive area of glazing you've got over 2 floors here, partly created by removing the floor here to create the bigger open space within the front of the station, but partly I think to just draw attention to this kind of key destination part of the building really. So you've got the retail floor space on the ground floor there. That is actually a flat above, although it's integrated with the glazing, as I said, to give that visual impression of the part of the building that most visitors will be wanting to get to. There's then extensive glazing along here too, along the office and the residential entrance and the cafe area. And then a more traditional approach to the flats, which links in with the reserved matters scheme. You have got these panels of bricks which will mirror the approach taken on the reserved matters scheme, although in a slightly different way. You can see this building, rather than being staggered, has a fairly has a distinct horizontal roof line to it, and you've got some balconies here, and you can see how the upper floors step back slightly as well. So from the south you've got a similar treatment. You've got some stepping in, you've got the brick panels and some balconies formed within it, and then at ground level obviously you're looking there onto the platform itself from the back of the building. And then here you can see the sections, so you can see the platform here, the station will be running through, and you can see the upper floors above, and again the setbacks of the upper floors. And here in section you can see the canopy, so you can see how far that projects out and how substantial it is, and also how it relates to the terrace and then the plinth going downwards. And there you have the view from the other side. Again, you can see the canopy, and you can see the external staircase which is to be retained and which runs down the east side of the building. You can also see some of the canopies balconies where they extend up to the end, so effectively almost wrap around the building. As with the other application, we have some elevation details that I can show you. So you can see on the left hand side of that drawing the glazing proposed at the at the commercial end of the building, introducing some colour and creating that kind of glazed feature with the brickwork panel above it that you can also see, and how that relates to the fenestration. And then the second one I think shows the station entrance. Yeah, so you can see the canopy is the dark grey colour there, projecting out from the building. You can see a change in colour from the brick there to kind of really highlight that as this is the destination if you're getting to the station, arriving at the station. So just to give as much prominence and clarity to that. And then in the section you can see, this is the top of the canopy here, you can see this increase in roof height in the station. So this is a section from the front to the back of the building. The curved line there shows the sort of feature ceiling that will be within the station. So you've got that much more spacious feel. The floor currently in the station runs across, or the ceiling, sorry, runs across at this level. So it's giving quite a lot of additional height to almost a half of the front half of the station concourse, just to give it a much lighter feel. And there you can see a wider cross section showing the relationship to adjoining buildings like the Aurora Hotel, but again you can see the canopy coming in and then that increased building height running through and then dropping down towards the back, towards the platforms. So just addressing some of the, sorry, let me show you the visuals. I think I forgot to do that last time. There you go. So these are some visuals produced by the applicant. So you can see this is Overline House here. You can see its relationship to the reserve matters element of the scheme here. So they're proposing a single, it's an oatmeal coloured brick for this elevation to give it its own identity really, and whilst reflecting elements of this to make it look visually different. You can see on the right hand side the canopy coming out and the glazing, and just how much more prominent the station becomes as a result of those kinds of features. And then with the public realm improvements and the terracing as well, should add quite a lot of activity. The retail frontage clearly is going to bring a more active frontage to the whole station, so it should hopefully create a much busier and more active area for the station. But still some nicely detailed elevations above with the glazing to the upper floors. And as I said, here you've got to give a bit of to differentiate between this scheme and the remainder. You've got that solid roof line, which gives it a feel of a different building while sitting quite nicely alongside the rest of the scheme. You've got a couple more images there, including a kind of closer up view of the canopy and how that projects out, and you can see the detail of the terrace and the seating areas there as well. So we can just move on to pick up on some of the other issues that it raises and just highlight some things in the report. So the in terms of amenity space, sorry, not amenity space, internal floor space, 4 of the flats would not quite meet the space standards, but they are only 0.2 square metres short, and all the others would meet the space standards in this case. So overall it comes very, very close to meeting the space standards in their entirety really. 40 of the 83 flats would have access to a private balcony or terrace. Some of them are a little narrow, and 11 of them don't meet the 5 square metre area that we would seek. But obviously there are some constraints here in that we are converting, or the applicants are converting an existing building, and I think the structure of that does limit what you can do, not least the kind of getting the floor space for the flats within the building precludes what you can do externally. But you can see the balconies where they are put in on the corners here, and there are balconies on the other side too. So a number of the flats do have their own private amenity space. Noise is an issue both from road and rail on this site. As I mentioned at the outline for the Reserve Matters application, noise has been addressed through 2 conditions on the outline permission. For this scheme, we would need conditions to address noise because it's a freestanding application. So as you will have seen in the recommendation, Environmental Health have recommended a number of conditions to ensure that noise mitigation is provided and ensure that residents are not disturbed by either road or rail noise. So that is one of the key differences from the outline application. There are some other conditions which follow a similar principle and that they need to be applied here, but they're actually already attached to the outline permission. In terms of orientation, there is a similar issue here that the north-facing elements clearly will be the more shaded units. We have managed to negotiate improvements to the corner units so that they are slightly more dual aspect and they do get some of their light from the west and the east. But clearly the ones in the centre of the north elevation are going to be the more shaded units and not benefit from very much direct sunlight. But they will, as with the reserve matter scheme, the daylight assessment has shown that they will get sufficient light to be acceptable. The relationship to neighbours is very much as I covered in the reserve matters scheme. I don't think there's much point running through that again. It's also you've considered it several times actually recently with Mocker and with Zurich House and Longley House. I think the interrelationships between those buildings have been established and largely agreed. But in any case, the upper floors, the windows within this building on the south side are existing and have the relationship to their neighbours to the south that they do, and there is little change proposed here other than in terms of their use. Parking, there is no parking proposed within this application site as we've covered. We are proposing things like car club membership and travel plans to help address issues relating to residents parking, but as I said, they will also have access to some of the spaces within the reserve matters application site. There's then a number of other issues which are covered in the report, things like sustainability and drainage and refuse, which I don't think I need to go through here. And also there's the standard paragraphs that run through these three reports on the nature of it being a comprehensive development, the links to phasing and the implementation plan, and key trigger points to ensure that things are delivered as part of the scheme. As you've heard, it is proposed that Overline House will form phase one of the development, but obviously the plan would look to secure that, but that is the applicant's intention anyway. So that would mean that the station was delivered at an early stage in the scheme. And just to reiterate on, in terms of infrastructure contributions, this is being assessed against our current policies. It's a new and it's a full planning application, so it's addressed against our current policies. We have sought affordable housing and have managed to negotiate 10% provision within the Overline House scheme in line with the MPPF. And the recommendation will also cover open space and trees provision as we normally do through our SPDs and local plan policies. And this part of the scheme would also be still liable because it is not part of, it doesn't follow on directly from the outline application. Obviously the outline application does form a material consideration in determining it, the fact that there is an outline permission for the 308 flats across the whole site, but it's not directly linked in the sense that either the 106 or the conditions on the outline apply. So the recommendation is set out before you, and it is subject to those affordable housing provisions and the provisions of the linking it into the wider scheme and the conditions that are set out from page 60 onwards. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walk. We shall now begin consideration of the application. Please turn on your camera if you wish to speak.
Sorry, I'm just having a bit of technical difficulty at the moment. Okay.
Please bear with us for a moment.
Yeah, apologies. Sorry, Councillor Pickett.
Thank you very much. I don't actually know what a car club is. The phrase has been used several times. Can somebody explain to me what it is? And how many are there in Crawley?
Councillor Jaggard.
Sorry, I forgot you came straight to me. Yeah, I would like a little bit of clarification, please, on the external staircase that is there currently. It's pretty ghastly, and I would imagine that it's not very safe. It looks on the visual images as though it's bricked in and it becomes a sort of internal staircase because it has a sleeve over the top of it of brickwork on the CGI type, whatever it's called, image. However, on the elevation plans, it looks like it's still open to the elements. And I do have concerns that if it's open to the elements, the people who are living there are going to be a little bit worried about all those fire escape doors or whatever doors they are, and whether they're going to be accessible to the general public. And it would be much safer, in my opinion, if it was not accessible to other people. Can that please be clarified?
Thank you. Councillor Irvine.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, in answer to Councillor Pickett, I won't explain the car club, but I can tell you that the first car club in Crawley was actually in Broadfield. I think it was 2007 on the Rathling Road playing fields development. I don't know if it ever got off the ground, but that was definitely the first one. First of all, I mean, I have to say that what is proposed looks a lot better than what we've got now. I mean, Overline House is a bit of an eyesore, I think. It doesn't look well maintained, it's ugly, and it certainly isn't a good advert for Crawley. So the improvements which have been put forward before us tonight look like a great improvement. But of course, looking at it on paper is one thing, and I admire the new trees that have been put in there and everything. But it is the case that sometimes a place can start off very nice, but then if it's not properly maintained, it can quickly deteriorate and revert back to being something which is a bit shabby and not what we would want. So I was just wondering if Mr. Walker could tell us who would be responsible for maintaining the sort of the public area of the building outside Overline House, and also is there any way that we can condition it or make our views known to ensure that that area continues to be maintained and isn't allowed to sort of descend into rack and ruin? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peter Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I want to be very brief. Looking at those images, I can't believe we're looking at the same house, same building. As long as I've lived in Crawley, Overline House has looked as lovely as it does today, and the sooner that it gets transformed into that new version, that new modernised version, the better. I think it's also hats off to the architects to actually manage to produce a much improved station concourse without actually having a new building within to design it, and it looks like it's all been thought through properly to make it a better user experience for passengers, which is really what a station's all about, isn't it? And I'm also pleased to see more retail and cafe seating outside, I think, as well. So it all looks really good to me, and I'm going to be delighted to vote to permit this scheme.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. I can't see any other cameras on, so can we please go back to Mr. Walk for some answers to those questions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. To answer the car club question first, I mean, a car club is not proposed within this site. What we are proposing, or what we are recommending, is that residents of the scheme would have car club membership paid by the developers to enable them to join. Now, a car club does not, well, I don't think one really exists in Crawley. I think you can hire enterprise cars on a kind of car club basis. But what a car club is you become a member, you can hire cars for short periods of time. So rather than normal car hire, which would generally be for at least a day or probably longer generally, you can hire a car, say, for an hour or two if you just want to go and do your supermarket shopping. So it reduces the need for car ownership because people have access to a car for those journeys that they really need one for. If you remember, for the Mocker application, which is on the obviously on the adjoining site, they were proposing, and the Section 106 for that scheme secures delivery of a car club on that site. I think from memory with 6 spaces within it. So that, if that scheme went ahead, would probably be the obvious solution in terms of car club provision. So residents of the developments that's before you tonight, if that Mocker scheme had gone ahead, would probably become eligible for would have their membership paid so that they could use the cars within that site as well. So they're kind of publicly accessible cars which can be hired on a very short-term basis by members. And as I said, it's intended to reduce the need for, or to help reduce levels of car ownership. In terms of the staircase, sorry, I haven't shared this yet. The staircase at the western end, there was a proposal, I think, when this application first came in, to enclose that staircase. And I think what the applicants have now decided is largely to retain it as the kind of semi-open structure that it currently is. And the reason for that is to increase visibility and effectively the gap between the buildings. So it comes back to the point we discussed at outline stage. It was to try and keep some views through between building 3, which is just here, and Overline House by keeping that as a relatively sort of open structure. What they are showing at ground floor level is a fence with gates across. This is the bin store area, so obviously the refuse crews will come in and out of here. I can't make out from this plan whether there's a proposal to put a gate on the bottom of the staircase here, but at upper floors there is obviously you've got the corridor running down to the fire door at the end, and coming out onto those staircases. So yes, I understand Councillor Jaggard's point. If members wish to, I guess we could put a condition on to secure further details of that arrangement. But the sort of retention of a fairly open structure is deliberate on the applicant's part to retain the visibility. So it's really, I think, the security issue with the gates and with if there's a need for any further gate on the staircase or anything. Obviously, any gate there would be subject to fire regulations, and it may be that you're not allowed to put a gate on the bottom of a fire escape. And then finally, Councillor Irwin's question about the maintenance of the external areas. The external areas associated with this application are actually within, as we discussed, the reserved matters application, which we have already considered. But in actual fact, they were covered, the maintenance arrangements were covered by a condition on that outline permission, which is condition 17, which covers, I mean, it covers a whole range of things, but it covers details of hard and soft landscaping and the layout of parking and turning areas, etc. But it also requires details of longer term management and maintenance of the hard and soft landscaping within the public realm to be agreed. It does say for up to a 15-year period. So there is a requirement to deal with longer term maintenance of the public realm proposals. I think that was all the questions. Thank you.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Walk. Back to members. Please switch your camera on if you would like to ask any further questions or speak again. And I think probably I was going to ask Councillor Jaggard, did you want us to consider that condition, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I would like something to be looked at, because it is very unclear of how that security is going to work for residents, whether I would feel safe with the door there and the stairs leading up, I don't know, but I think we do need some more details on that. So I would like a condition if everybody else thinks that's appropriate. Thank you.
Councillor Purdy.
So proposal for an additional condition has been proposed. Is there anyone looking to second that, please? If not, I will second it myself so that we can move to a vote on that and work out some drafting of it.
I'm happy to second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Mr. Walk, would you care to put you on the spot, I'm afraid, would you care to suggest some appropriate wording for that additional condition?
I would suggest that if members are minded to put a condition on, I appreciate the concern relates to the staircase. I would suggest that you put a condition on that requires details of security arrangements for the building as a whole, for the residential parts of the building as a whole to be agreed. So that would cover access to the lobby area, the cycle store, out onto the bin store, and from the fire escape doors out onto the staircase. So I'd suggest we just deal with it in a more comprehensive way. I don't know whether we need to agree the precise wording, but I would suggest it's something along the lines of a scheme setting out security arrangements for the residential parts of the building shall be submitted to and approved by the local planning authority and shall then be implemented in accordance with the agreed details, something like that. So I think that would deal with, because I think there are wider issues. You know, you may secure the staircase, but then find access is possible through the main front entrance. So I think the applicant can then cover it comprehensively. Presumably there'll be sort of swipe card access or key access or something for residents that could apply to all those areas.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do any members of the committee, rather than us proceeding to a recorded vote, do any members of the committee object to an additional condition as laid out there to require the details of security arrangements for the building as a whole to be added to the conditions? I can't see any cameras going on at the moment, so I'll take that as a yes. My next question is, does anybody have anything else they would like to say on this before we move to the vote? If you do, please switch your camera on now. Once again, I can't see any cameras going on, so on that basis, all committee members having had the opportunity to speak, we will move on to the vote. So the vote is to permit, subject to the conditions and as set out in the report and the Section 106 agreement and the additional condition on building security to be added. So was that someone? Then I move the recommendation. Could I please ask the Vice Chair to second?
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Would the Democratic Services Officer please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a recorded vote being taken on agenda item 6. Committee members are again asked to vote for or against the recommendation or by way of abstention. Please ensure that your video feed is live before declaring your vote. Councillor Ascough.
For.
Councillor Belbin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Councillor Irvine.
For.
Councillor Jaggard.
For.
Councillor Mugale.
For.
Councillor Pickett.
For.
Councillor Purdy.
For.
Councillor Rana.
4.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Thank you. So the vote has been taken with 10 votes for, 0 votes against and 0 abstentions on the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Application number CR 2019-0660 full, Overline House, Station Way, Northgate, Crawley, has been permitted, subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement as detailed in Report PES 362B, and to the conditions and informatives set out in the report, plus an additional condition on building security. We will now move on to agenda item 7, application number CR 2019-0661 full, the Railway Footbridge at Station Way, East Park, Crawley. Mr. Walk, you're up again to present this. Thank you very much.
I'm going to get a break in a minute though, aren't I? Okay, this one hopefully will be a bit quicker than the other two. So this relates to the footbridge link to East Park. Now, let me just zoom in there. The reason that this application has come about, you can see the red line here. The existing footbridge runs across directly at right angles to the railway, and the outline application site and approval ran down the west side of that bridge, so it didn't include this area, this sort of triangular area you can see off to the side. That is the alignment that the bridge is proposed to go on to meet the gap through the buildings 2 and 3, which we discussed earlier. So the change in the red line has taken it outside the outline permission effectively, which has meant the need for a freestanding planning application. So you can see the footbridge there, it comes up from East Park, the staircase up, and then the flat section across the railway, and then down to the pavement on Station Way, crossing over the car park, the surface car park here. I don't think you need the existing elevations. I'm sure you all know what the bridge looks like, but this is the proposed treatment of it. So again, starting at the East Park end, the staircase up would be the same. There'd be a slight change here where the platform is reached to angle it across to align with the gap between buildings 2 and 3 here. So you can see the footbridge would no longer go directly at right angles to the railway, it'd be slightly angled, but it would still be the same bridge. The bridge is proposed to be taken away to be refurbished and then brought back and realigned on site. Obviously it would stop here and then you'd move on to a more modern link through the building and the staircase down, which would be part of the landscaping scheme. But the existing bridge structure would be retained from here up the staircase and across to this point here. In terms of elevation, so you can see here you've got the east elevation. It's not showing the staircase, but the staircase would go up. You've got the bridge running across, and then you'd join into the link down through the new development, and you can see the railway platforms and the lines below the bridge. So very much the same appearance as it currently has. You can see the south appearance of the staircase, south elevation with the staircase as it is, and then the west elevation from this side. And then these are just photographs that the applicant provided, but you can see the structure here from the East Park side and then running across. It is a bridge that is in need of some care and attention. It's in need of some repair. So the applicant feels, because of its location running over a railway, that can't be done safely in situ, and obviously the railway cannot be closed, so the bridge would be taken away. Now, unfortunately, that would mean that there is no link across for a certain period of time, and we don't yet know how long that would be. It would be whilst the bridge itself could probably be repaired relatively quickly. Obviously, the far side of it would be the north side of it would be a construction site for a reasonable period of time. So it would it would not be accessible for whatever period it took until that could safely be reinstated, and that may be up to a couple of years. Obviously, for pedestrians, that isn't ideal because you can't go through the station. You are faced with a longer walk over the level crossing or down to Southgate Avenue. But I mean, I guess at some point that bridge has got to be repaired, and that, as I said, that can't be done in situ. It needs to be taken away to be repaired, or if it were to be replaced, again, that probably couldn't happen any quicker because of the links to the development to the north. There is a slight error in the report. I had mentioned some bathroom windows in the north elevation of flats 42A to 42D. I'm afraid I took those from the planning application for that building, but you can see in the bottom in this elevation here, there actually are no windows. So although I have addressed that, they were bathroom windows, and I don't think there's a particular impact anyway. Those windows were clearly never installed, even though the permission was implemented and the building was converted to flats. So there is no issue there. There is a slight issue from the platform at the top in a sort of angled view across the back elevation of this building. So there is a condition, as you'll see on the report, for some kind of screen to be implemented here just to preclude any overlooking. But other than that, the recommendation is for approval. Now, it's a bit odd that for such a small application there is a requirement for a Section 106 agreement, but as we've already discussed on the two previous applications, this whole scheme needs to be tied together in terms of phasing and implementation. And obviously one of the key trigger points that we need to ensure is the delivery of the bridge, so that even if that may take a couple of years to be safely put back in place, we do have a mechanism to make sure it is delivered and the public right of way is reinstated. And then, so it's subject to that 106 and to the conditions that are set out in the report. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walk. We will now consider the application. Please turn on your camera if you wish to speak. I can't. Nope. Councillor Jaggard.
Thank you. Is there no way at all that we could have a temporary bridge put in place? I hadn't really sort of realised that it would be out of action for so long. Is there no possibility of a temporary structure put there? Thank you.
Any other questions? I can't see any cameras going on. Then we will come back to you, please, Mr. Walk.
I think officers we could pick that up through the phasing and implementation plan, but my feeling is that it isn't realistic. I think you've got a development site on the north side of the scheme, and really until that scheme reaches a certain point, it simply wouldn't be safe to have members of the public going through a construction site. Obviously, it would need to at the very least reach first floor level so that the car park on the ground floor had a roof. But I think even then you'd have construction going on both sides. You've got cranes moving around. I don't think it's realistic. It's a shame because on the south, from the southern side of the reserve matters southwards across to East Park, yes, you probably could reinstate it in a shorter time period, but I just don't think you'd safely get the link through the reserve matters site to the north. So I think we will. I mean, it is something that we will need to address through phasing and implementation plan, and we will do our best to make sure that link is reinstated as soon as it possibly can be. But I don't think a temporary bridge is likely to be a realistic option. We can raise it with the applicants as part of that process, but as I said, I think the construction site would be likely to preclude that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to Councillor Pickett, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hamish, is it not possible to give some sort of rough idea how long the pedestrians would not be able to cross the railway. I mean, it goes back to the question about whether there should be or could be a temporary bridge, because it adds quite a long journey, probably about half a mile to a mile for people who previously have used the bridge.
Sorry, shall I come?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, Mr. Walk. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, paragraph 5.7 of the report does cover that. So repair and refurbishment of the bridge is likely to take around 20 weeks in its own right. So removing it from the railway, taking it away, refurbishing and bringing it back will take around 20 weeks. The applicant has said that they don't think it could be reinstalled before the wider development is complete, or at least until it's reached a fairly advanced stage, I guess. And they think that will take around 2 years. So it's likely to be out of action for around 2 years. I mean, the most realistic option for a temporary solution would be to use the footbridge within the railway station. But that obviously would be subject to Network Rail's agreement, and I'm not sure that would be forthcoming, but that would be a better solution. In fact, that would even offer an accessible solution because they've got a lift in that bridge as well. But I think that would be subject to discussions with Network Rail to try and secure that. I mean, I think it goes some way outside what the planning system could secure, but it might be something Network Rail might consider. But clearly they've got security issues, and you know, you'd have people then crossing the station who weren't in possession of a ticket to travel on the trains.
Well, thank you very much for that. Disappointing reply.
Councillor Rana, I think you have a question.
I have, Chair. I mean, I would just I think Hamish just said it's going to take 20 weeks. It could be even more, actually. That's a very long time to be that a bridge. That's 6 months, and then can even continue more than 6 months. And I'm sure there should be some ways where they can actually put a temporary bridge over. I mean, it can be fitted quite easily, because I remember once when I was at the airport, I mean, we used to cross over on the other side of the main road, and they put a temporary bridge straight away. It can be done, though, and I think it should be good at it. It would be a really good idea, actually, for people who are so used to going on the bridge, and the bridge won't be there for, I mean, did Hamish say 2 years, or did he say 20 weeks? I'm not really sure what he meant, but I think that's the main solution, actually, would be to have a temporary bridge while the other one's being repaired, though. That's what I want to say.
So, Councillor Rana, if I might, before I bring back Mr. Walk, the time to do the maintenance and repair and refurbish the bridge was given as 20 weeks. So in other words, that's the minimum window between the time between taking it away and that then you could potentially put it back. I think the challenge, as the planning officer laid out, is that the bridge, you're coming down on the north side of the bridge into a construction design management zone, which is quite difficult to manoeuvre pedestrians and people through, and you wouldn't normally have people having access to a CDM site. Mr. Walk, perhaps you care to come back and comment if there's any more to say. Thank you.
Yes, I was just going to show you the plan that I showed you earlier for the reserve matters application. So the issue is, I think you could probably reinstate the bridge to this point fairly easily, and that would be within the 20-week period. But getting from that point to the pavement on Station Way involves crossing what will be a construction site. Now, clearly the developers are going to have vehicles moving this way along the site, crossing that link. I mean, there's no way it could be achieved at all until that area gets to, because that's at first floor level. It's the ceiling of the car park at ground floor level, so it certainly couldn't be achieved until probably both parts of the building got to that height. But even then, you've got construction work going on to both these side elevations, No doubt cranes swinging around. You've got an awful lot of construction-based activity going on in this area. I think it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to secure a link until the building reached a pretty advanced stage, probably not dissimilar to the stage that the town hall has reached here, where less activity is probably going on around the building and more is going on and within the building in terms of fitting out. And at that point, it's probably possible to reinstate the link. But it's something we can pick up, but I don't want members to be under any illusions that it is likely to be a fairly long period of time before that could be reinstated.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you very much again. Are there other questions or comments? Councillor Pickett, I can see, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, I've inadvertently left my camera symbol. I'll turn it off. Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Okay, I can't see any more cameras going on. In that case, we will move to the vote. So the recommendation is to permit, and I move that recommendation. Can I please ask the Vice Chair to second? Thank you.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Would the Democratic Services Officer please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chair. So again, this is a recorded vote being taken on agenda item 7. Members are asked to vote for or against the recommendation before them or by way of an abstention. Please again ensure your video feed is live before declaring your vote. Councillor Ascroft.
For.
Councillor Belbin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Councillor Irvine.
For.
Councillor Jaggard.
For.
Councillor Morgale.
For.
Councillor Pickett, if you could please turn your camera on for me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. That's 4.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
For.
Councillor Rana.
For.
And Councillor Smith.
For.
Thank you. So the vote's been taken with 10 votes for, 0 votes against and 0 abstentions on the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. Application CR 2019-0661 full Railway Footbridge Station Way, East Park, Crawley has been permitted, subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement as detailed in report PES 362C and the conditions and formatives set out in that report. Turning to agenda item 8, application reference CR 2020-0155 full Easistore, Maidenbower Office Park, Balcombe Road, Maidenbower, Crawley. Can I please ask the planning officer to introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This relates to Easistore in Maidenbower Office Park. This is the premises here, adjacent to the M23. That's the slip road to the south and east of the site. And then the block plan shows where the extension would go. So it's on the south eastern end of the building. If we look at the existing site plan, so this is the M23 around here, so to the south here, and you can see the existing yard area with car parking and lorry areas. The red line is the site boundary, and there's an existing retaining wall. Then the other side of the site boundary is the landscaping zone, and then the M23 access road. And there's a retaining wall between the two. So the proposed site plan is to build the extension in the gap between the existing southern and eastern sections of the site and up to the retaining wall structure. So it's been set away from the site boundary, and that set away or set back has been as a result of the discussions with the Highways Agency, who are concerned about the impact of the building works on the motorway and also on the landscaped buffer zone. If I just show you the previous drawing, which showed how close it was going. You can see, so it went over or took away the existing retaining structure and came right up to the site boundary or almost to it, and that plan generated an objection from the Highways Agency, Highways England rather, but now that's been discussed and negotiated out, so it's set away. Looking at the floor plans, it's a building used for storage, so it's just an area where there's individual storage units for people to store their effects, and it's very similar on all the floors. And then this shows the roof plan, and you can see it's sort of got this stepped arrangement at the moment, and then that's the bit to be filled in. And then we'll just look at the elevation, existing elevations. So that's the east elevation, and then you can see where the roof steps in, and that relates to that sort of zigzag pattern on the floor plan. And then just quickly, north and south elevations. So it's a building with metal cladding and a fairly shallow pitched roof. So the proposals now then. So the floor plan is to wrap around the end and side of the building. Because it's been set away from the site boundary, it now wraps around the side more than previously. And then the roof plan shows how the roof will be constructed with the pitch, with the ridge here and the pitch falling away that way and that way. That also shows the positioning of the PV panels on the roof. Elevations, so this is to the east. Sorry, I'll click the wrong thing. So that's the existing part, and then this is the extension, and this is the area where there is a parapet wall around the roof, and that's to deal with the differences in levels. You can also see the retaining wall structure and how the building fits within that, and the gap to the site boundary. And then looking at the north and south elevations, so to the south, that's the bit on the end, so that's the whole of the extension. and then to the north, that's the bit that's proposed, and you can see there the sort of parapet wall arrangement. So this plan shows a little bit more about the retaining wall and the site boundary. So site boundary being here, then this area is the landscaped buffer zone, the M23 slip road. So the existing wall and the retaining wall is kept, and then the structure is incorporated within that. And these were features that were specifically required by Highways England. And we also have a section which shows that in a little bit more detail. So it's this one here where we have the site boundary, the gap, the retaining wall, and then the sort of foundations for that retaining wall, and the building, and then the cladding above it. Some photographs now. So this is this part here with the lettering, that's the front of the building, and then you can see where the building sort of is staggered in, and you can also see the existing retaining wall, and then the landscaping area that's behind that. Then this is to the south, and again you get the same idea of the gap, which would be filled in by the proposal. And then a similar one there. As I mentioned, Highways England had concerns initially about the impact on the M23 in terms of sort of structural integrity and how the works would impact on their assets, and also relationship to drainage and things like that. Now being set away, they've withdrawn their objection. The retaining wall structure has been clarified, and we've got those detailed drawings that they required, and the recommendation also includes a number of conditions that they required to be imposed on any permission. Just go back to the site plan. As set out in the report, in terms of parking, no additional spaces are to be provided with this application, although the spaces that are to be lost from this part of the site are re-provided over here. But the applicant has explained their current operations and way that they run the business, being this storage facility, and that traffic movements to and from the site are relatively low, and so that they don't have a specific requirement for additional parking spaces as a result of the expansion of the building. Officers do accept this approach as an existing operator who's at the site, and feel that explanation is justified, but we do consider that cycle parking should be provided. Currently there isn't any on the site at the moment, and this would be primarily for staff, and by providing that would address sustainability issues, provide for alternative modes of travel, and also air quality aims and objectives. Final point of clarification set out in the report, we are awaiting drainage comments from the drainage officer, as they wasn't able to be provided, and also if he felt a specific condition was required in that regard. So to conclude, officers consider that the additional floor space in principle is acceptable on this existing commercial site, and would comply with the policies relating to economic growth in the borough, and the details of the proposal are considered to be satisfactory. The recommendation is therefore as set out, which is to delegate to the head of economy and planning to await the drainage comments, with a view to granting permission, subject to the printed conditions and a further drainage condition if required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cheeseman. We will now begin consideration of the application. If you would like to speak, please turn on your camera. Can we take down the screen share, please, so that members can see?
Sorry.
That's all right.
Councillor Jaggard.
Thank you. Councillor Jaggard, you're muted.
Sorry, that's because I was waiting for all the pictures to clear off, and that's fine. Yes, it's very close to me, so obviously I know it, and I've been there and things. There are currently 2 external storage areas on that site. Can you confirm whether or not one or other will be retained, or whether they're both going? The parking. I mean, the report assures us that they can still maintain the 22 parking spaces, which is brilliant, because that road is a nightmare for parking, particularly with the garage car showroom next door. It is horrendous, and we often get complaints about the parking. So I just want to be absolutely sure that those parking spaces are there. And can you just tell me about the external storage units? Thank you.
Councillor Irvine.
Thank you. I have no objection to this at all, but I'm just interested that because this is a self-storage unit, I believe, would this create any additional jobs? Because if not, how would it contribute to the economic prosperity of Crawley? Yeah, that's it really. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
I can't see any other cameras, so can we please come back to you, Mrs. Cheeseman? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go to the layout plan. Bear with me. Yes, in terms of the external storage areas, they're still shown on the site here and here, and the parking spaces, yeah, there were 5 in this area, and they are now in this part of the site here, so they would be re-provided. And I'm just checking if we have a condition relating to parking. Well, actually, it would be covered by the condition relating to the plans, so the development would need to be in accordance with the plans as shown. So that would cover that. In terms of jobs, I was going to check on the application form if it gave any more information like that, but in terms of sort of economic proposals, it would obviously be investment in an existing business, and would allow it to become to expand. So in that terms, it would comply with the policies relating to economic growth within the borough. Thank you.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or observations, please? See cameras go on. And again, can we take down the screen share, please? Thank you. I can't see any other members' cameras coming on. So on that basis, members having had the opportunity to speak, we will move on to the vote. The recommendation here is to delegate the decision to the head of economy and planning, awaiting the report from the CBC drainage officer, with a view in an expectation that planning permission would be granted. So that's slightly different than the usual permit or reject from the committee. That is the recommendation. I move the recommendation. Can I please ask Councillor Hart to second?
Yeah, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Would the Democratic Services Officer please conduct the vote?
Thank you. So this again is a recorded vote being taken on agenda item 8. Committee members are asked to vote for or against the recommendation or by way of an abstention. Please ensure your video feed is live before you declare your vote. Councillor Ascough.
For.
Councillor Belbin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Councillor Irvine.
For.
Councillor Jaggard.
For.
Councillor Morgale.
Oh.
Councillor Pickett.
For.
Councillor Purdy.
For.
Councillor Rana.
For.
And Councillor Smith.
For.
Thank you. Thank you. So the vote's been taken with 10 votes for, 0 votes against and 0 abstentions on the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. Application CR 2020-0155 full, Easistore, Maidenbower Office Park, Balcombe Road, Maidenbower, Crawley. The decision of the committee is to delegate the decision with a view to granting planning permission to the head of economy and planning, subject to the conditions and informatives set out in report PES 362D, and with the inclusion of a suitable drainage condition if deemed necessary. We shall now move on to agenda item 9. Application CR 2020-0274 full, ambulance station, Ifield Avenue, West Green, Crawley. Can I please ask the planning officer to introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just start, and I will come on to cover these in slightly more detail later, but just a couple of amendments to the recommendation. So since the report was written, a bird hazard management plan has been agreed with GAL safeguarding. So there's a minor change proposed, as you can see here, to condition 13, just to make specific which bird hazard management plan or the date of it that has been approved. And it turns out that Gatwick have now amended their standard informative, which is recommended in the report, but the only things that really have changed are the email address and the guidance document that they refer to. So I'm proposing that those two elements be amended in the recommendation. There's been a little bit of discussion with the applicant since the report was published in relation to noise conditions. Their acoustic consultant has come back with a few comments, not really seeking, I mean, certainly not seeking to remove any of the recommended noise conditions. You'll see there are a number of conditions that cover noise. We're just seeking a bit of clarification, really, particularly on how the post-construction test.
Mr. Walk, you've pressed the mute button.
Chair, I don't think it was Mr. Walk, I think it was me, actually. I'm sorry, but it's...
The planning officer seems to have muted himself.
Oh,
no, there was a message came up saying someone had muted me, so I don't know how that happened.
Anyway,
but
you're back
anyway,
now.
I'm
That's
back.
marvellous.
Did you hear very much of that, or most of it? Okay, Val says.
You got as far as the delegated authority for an amendment on noise conditions.
Yes. So there's been some discussion on noise conditions, and we think I mean, the changes will be pretty minor to those conditions. We think they could be covered by officers, but I will cover that in more detail later because noise is quite a critical element of this scheme. There's also, following comments from our refuse and recycling team, some discussion over basically about potentially moving the doors to the bin stores. That hasn't yet been agreed because it does raise minor design issues. But again, I think we would recommend that's something that's delegated to officers. But I will cover those two things a bit more detail. I just wanted to flag them up from the outset, really. So if I can move on to talk about the scheme. The site is on the north side of Ifield Avenue. You can see the site outlined in red there. It is the former ambulance station, and in the centre of the site here you can see the existing buildings that form the ambulance station, and it had a kind of loop road arrangement through it. That use vacated the site 4 to 5 years ago and has been relocated to Manor Royal, which is a site that the ambulance service prefers, thinks it's more accessible, particularly obviously to Manor Royal and to Gatwick Airport. And so the site is now redundant in terms of the ambulance station use. Access to the site, as you can see, comes from Ifield Avenue. And in terms of the context, you've got Ewhurst Woods, which stretch around the northern and the western boundary of the site. You've got a number of clubhouses grouped around a car park here. You can see Crawley Horticultural Society here and Crawley Labour Supporters Club are the two nearest buildings to the site. And then the nearest residential is on the south side of Ifield Avenue. In the corner properties on Ewhurst Road are the nearest two houses. That gives you some context. This is the proposed site plan. So the scheme has undergone considerable revision since it was submitted, and this is the current layout. The proposal is now for a courtyard building. I mentioned the importance of noise. Obviously the site does suffer from traffic noise from Ifield Avenue and from Crawley Avenue. And the reason for the revision is to create a solid barrier to noise. What the original proposal had buildings in similar locations but with a gap in this area here, and unfortunately that allowed traffic noise to break through into this central part of the development, and meant that the flats weren't able to achieve the standards required by environmental health. So following negotiations and a lot of work by the applicant and their acoustic consultant and their architect, they've come back with a revised scheme that effectively creates a barrier around almost 3 parts of the site. So that would be a solid barrier to noise, and it means that within the courtyard that is proposed, noise levels would be within the required standards. I'll come on to talk about the layouts of the flats because they're also critical to that, but that is the reason for the revised form of the development. So it's a proposal for 39 flats. The building steps up in height, so it's down at 3 stories in this part here. It steps up to 4 stories here, 5 stories along the west elevation and reaches a height of 6 stories at the back of the site. The revisions to the scheme have resulted in 5 flats being lost, so the total number of units has dropped from 44 to 39. And in some ways the most significant change has been that there is now a large area of amenity space at the centre of the development. As you can see, that is has a number of paths and sort of planting within it, play area for children, and is the amenity space, or is one element of the amenity space for the scheme. Previously, in the original scheme, the gap in the buildings was primarily to allow car parking to take place in this area. So the car parking has been relocated to the front of the site, and that's been achieved by moving the building further back from the frontage to Ifield Avenue. So as you can see, there is a car park proposed to the front with 22 spaces within it. Some visitor cycle parking here. You've got resident cycle parking there, and you've got the 2 residence bin stores that you can see here. There is an external entrance to this core down here, which is at this point. And then the other cores you would enter through this lobby area here. So one of them is immediately off on the right to this core, but the others you would come through that area and then use these paths to get access to the 3 cores within the courtyard. So if I show you in more detail the proposed ground floor, that is, so you can see some of the areas. If I just zoom in a little. So on the Ifield Avenue frontage, you can see the lobby running through. You can see the areas for bikes and bins here and here, and some ground floor flats, each of which would have a patio area onto the internal courtyard. Moving up the west side of the building, you can see the door would come in from the courtyard, but the stair core is actually located on the back of the building. And that is part of the treatment of noise. So what the architect has done with the layout is to put the non-habitable rooms to the back of the site, and create a situation where all the flats have dual aspect in their living rooms, so they have windows at both ends, but the outlook and the opening windows onto the courtyard is critical in terms of ensuring that the scheme meets the noise standards. So that principle has been applied throughout the scheme. You have a through lounge diner with windows at both both sides of the building, and all bedrooms face out onto the courtyard. So that happens on every floor, as you'll see as we go up the building, and all the ground floor units have a patio area. So moving up to, oh, sorry, I missed a floor there, but I think the floors are similar until you start getting into the roof areas. So this is the second floor. Again, you can see the principle of the through lounges and the habitable rooms facing onto the courtyard. You can see the stair cores located on the outside parts of the building to help deal with noise and avoid a situation with habitable rooms facing onto the noise sources. Jumping up to the 4th floor. Now, once you get up to this height, you can see you start to get flat roof areas on the front of the building. So this is the 3-storey core. You can see the solar panels that are proposed on the roof. And then round the corner you can see a roof terrace, an amenity area that is proposed with access out for residents of that core. And then you've got the higher parts of the building where the principle of the through lounges and the bedrooms fronting the courtyard continues. There are windows to the back, so there will be some views out onto the woodland to the side and the rear, but for noise reasons they would generally not be opened. On the 5th floor you can see you've got more solar panels and the higher parts of the building. And then that's a roof plan showing you the whole scheme. So you can see you can see the solar panels which I mentioned. The darker green areas are a sedum roof. So a sedum roof is proposed quite extensively across the building, and the kind of orangey colours are the rooftop terraces. So you can see some planting beds within those, but they would form amenity spaces for residents, and the two areas of solar panels that you can see as well. Just to give you some views of the sites, I think most of you have visited anyway. So this is the view from Ifield Avenue. You can see the existing ambulance station buildings. That's a view along the side of the building, and that's taken from the eastern boundary. So you can see there's also a temporary building at the moment. So all those buildings would be removed. What you can see is the extent to which the site is surrounded by trees, and that there are some trees within the site as well. That's the view from the car park adjoining to the east. So you can see the Horticultural Club building there and the Labour Supporters Club building over there. There's another view across the front of the site. So Ifield Avenue is running off to the right here. That group of trees are protected at the moment, but they would be removed as part of the development. And you can see on the right hand side the relationship to the nearest house on Ewhurst Road, and you will see that it does have windows facing towards the application site, which is located down here where the bus stop is directly outside the site. You can just see the bus stop sign there. Where the sort of parking and turning area was for the ambulance station, you can see there's some vegetation growing through it, but most of the vegetation and trees are around the site boundaries. There are a couple of trees, they are towards the front western boundary. And again, you've got a view there towards the houses in Ewhurst Road. I did have a discussion earlier with a couple of members about the turning arrangements, and it is probably worth pointing out at this point, since the photo is showing it. As you come off the roundabout from Crawley Avenue, there is a right turn lane into Ewhurst Road, and obviously a lane continuing down to Ifield Avenue. There is actually also a right-hand lane turn into the site. So you come along heading westwards. Obviously the road, there's one lane carrying on to the roundabout, but there is a lane that turns into the application site. Yeah, I put that one on. I think the others are duplicates, but that's just to illustrate. That was the original application when this was first submitted. That was the layout. So you had two separate buildings with this gap through, and as you can see, the car park area had a much greater impact on the amenity space, and for noise reasons, obviously that's why we've had to eliminate that. But this building has also been set back to somewhere around this point as a result of the changes. Moving on to the elevations. So at the top you can see the elevation that would front Ifield Avenue. So you've got the lowest part of the building here with its entrance into that core. That recessed area is where the bike store and bin store are located. And then you've got the lobby entrance here with the access to this core on the right hand side of it. And again, you can see the bike store and bin store area here, and then the side elevation of the flats that run up the western part of the site. Now I'll show you some other images later that illustrate this a bit better, but the green areas here would be green walls. So there are a number of green walls within the scheme. There is also some brickwork treatment, sort of perforated brickwork here and here, and brickwork detailing that you can see here. So the building would be constructed of brick, but with some detailing panels, which you can see. This is the north elevation, so this is the 6-storey part of the building. You can see it in kind of shadow at the back on the top elevation. These windows would all look out onto the woodland to the north, so in reality you wouldn't really get you wouldn't be able to view that elevation in its entirety, although if you were in the woods you would catch glimpses of the building, but you can see the layout there. The side elevations show you how the building steps up. So you've got the west side elevation there, you can see the lower parts with Ifield Avenue would be off to the right hand side here. You can see the lower parts of the building, you can see the green wall there, and then the step up in height with a kind of curved wall to help soften the scheme. At the top you can see the view from, well, effectively I guess from the horticultural club. So you would have the lowest part of the building here with some windows facing out. You can see the green walls again, and you can see actually how the building rises up to the 6-storey height that it reaches. And then you've got the elevations within the courtyard. Obviously there's 3 parts of the building. So this is the north facing part, the lowest part of the building. You can see balconies for the upper floor flats. This would be the south facing bit of the tallest part of the building. You can see some feature panels created around the windows and some of the brickwork detailing as well, but again with elevations to the flat, with balconies to the flats. And then this is the final courtyard elevation. So this is the one that looks east. Across towards the 2 clubhouses adjoining, so that would be where the building steps up. Again, a similar design approach, and you can see the curved wall feature running up, and you can also there see the areas that would be roof terraces by the balustrades around them. Here are the site sections. So you can see Ifield Avenue over here, the entrance to the site with the parking area at the front, the lower part of the building, then moving into the courtyard amenity area here, and then the taller part, the trees of the woodland to behind it. And then that's looking the other way through the scheme. So it's running, you can see it running across, it's number 2, so it's running across through the courtyard. So you've got the western side of the building, the 5-storey part, and then running through the courtyard to show you the open space, and then the site boundary with the horticultural club is just here. Trees are obviously a critical part of considering this application. So this is the tree plan as proposed. The red trees, which hopefully you can make out fairly clearly, are the ones that would be removed. So you've got the group of protected trees to the front would be removed. You have 3 trees to be removed over here, and then you have a group along the back boundary that would be removed. Other trees, and particularly the ones along the eastern boundary and in this northeastern corner, would be retained. And what this plan also shows is the new planting. So you can see a new line of trees along the frontage, and additional planting within the courtyard. I think that is the accurate plan, and 2 new trees to replace some of the ones that were lost here. So this shows the proposed planting in more detail. You've got full details of all the species in the table on the right hand side, which you probably don't need to worry too much about. I mean, the approach is very much native planting and trying to enhance the woodland areas. But I think to draw your attention to a few critical parts of the scheme. So you've got the proposed line of trees along the boundary. You've also got a proposed native hedgerow running along that front boundary. So again, sort of softening it, integrating the scheme with the woodland, and creating habitat and ecological interest. This is also, in terms of ecology, is a key element of the site, this northeastern part. So the trees within that area would be retained, and it would be segregated from, or there'll be no access to that part of the site. So effectively it would be maintained for ecological purposes and habitat purposes, rather than to provide amenity space for residents, other obviously than visual amenity, because they'll have views of it, but it will be very much managed on an ecological basis. as would the area wrapping around the building. So there'd be limited access around the building for residents, but their main access would be obviously the amenity space area at the centre. And you can see some planting and landscaping within that area too. But certainly it's worth highlighting the ecological enhancement, and as I said, it's very much an ecology-based approach. What you also have though are these areas of sedum planting on the roof, the sort of khaki green coloured areas. So they are run across the development, and you've got the roof terraces with additional planting. So full details are here, but the basic approach is very much one to try and integrate the scheme with the surrounding woodland and habitats. Just to give you a bit more information on the detailing. So the brick is, as I said, there's sort of feature brickwork, because some of it is perforated brickwork. Some of it may be kind of recessed brickwork, as you can see here. You can see that some of the bricks are set back slightly, just to add some visual interest to the building. And then the next slide shows you the green wall feature. So you can see it's an irrigated system, so it is attached to the outside of the building and then irrigates the plants. And you can see this is one of the illustrations of the scheme. Let's blow that up a bit. You can see how the plants would go up the building, and the integrated irrigation system means that they are easy to maintain. You can also see in those images the sort of brickwork treatment and the interest that adds as well. And you can see the framing of some of the elements of fenestration by a kind of projecting, almost like a picture frame really. And you can see the projecting canopies as well, and the stepping up to roof terraces. That is obviously is illustrative, but gives you an idea of how the scheme would look. And there's some more images. So actually on the left-hand one there, you can very clearly see the solar panels, the roof terraces, the way the building wraps around, and the courtyard area within the scheme, and the surrounding woodland. And there's the car parking with the trees and the hedgerow along the front boundary. And then on the right, you can again see the brickwork detailing, the framing features, and the green walls. So just to run through a couple of the other things in the report, I think in terms of the internal layout, obviously, as I said, the flats are dual aspect. All the habitable rooms face the courtyard. They all all the flats meet the space standards. And in terms of amenity space, the scheme is obviously very well provided for. Every flat would have a balcony or a terrace or patio. Even the ground floor flats would have dedicated patio space. So I think in terms of all those kind of space standards that we seek, the scheme reaches a very high standard. In terms of relationship to neighbours, we have had some concerns raised by residents of Ewhurst Road, but the nearest window to window relationship is in excess of 45 metres. Obviously that is well above our standard 30-metre distance. And quite simply, I don't think there would be any significant overlooking of properties across the other side of Ifield Avenue. There is already tree screening between the sites anyway, and obviously further tree screening is proposed along this front boundary, which would further preclude that. But the distance involved is far in excess of what we would normally allow. The two clubhouses adjoining obviously are something else to consider. They're not residential properties, so there's perhaps less sensitivity in terms of overlooking. But again, I think the relationship is fine. There's limited windows, as you can see here, on the two elevations that are arguably closest to that boundary. All the other windows are set much further back, and there is considerable tree screening between those sites. It's actually quite difficult to see through really. So I don't think there's a significant impact on those on any of the neighbours. Moving on to parking. So the Scheme would propose 22 car parking spaces, 6 of which would be electric vehicle charging points. As is set out in the report, the standards would seek 57 car parking spaces. The scheme provides a total of 44. Actually, I think the applicants have managed to raise that figure to, I think, 51 or 56, something like that. But it's still slightly short on cycle parking, but the applicants, by way of update, have said that there is plenty of space within the site to provide additional parking, cycle parking. I think the 2 areas, obviously you've got the visitor bays here, but I think that could be developed to provide more spaces if required. But the applicants are also indicating that they could be accommodated within the courtyard if they were required. So there is a shortfall of parking. I think the critical things, I mean, the report does talk about the sustainable location. Immediately outside the site there is a bus stop, and that does offer regular services into the town centre, and in fact 4 different services coincide at that point. So there is a very regular service into the town centre. There are also footpaths and a cycle path running along Ifield Avenue into the town centre. So in terms of routes, there are clearly easy alternatives to the car to get into the town centre. What I think is equally important is to consider the distance. Now, the scheme is not within the town centre, but it is very close to a very wide range of facilities. So, for instance, there's a neighbourhood parade which is just down Newhurst Road. That's about 270 metres away, so a very short walk across the road, and there is a pedestrian crossing. You've got the park, which is approximately 130 metres east of the site. The town centre boundary, as the report says, is only 400 metres away, and obviously the leisure park with the cinema and restaurants is around, well, is about the same point as the town centre boundary actually. And then you've got the supermarket just across the park, which is about, well, less than 400 metres away. So I think within a very short walk you have a wide range of facilities. Even the town, I mean, even Queen Square itself is only around 1 kilometre away, so it's certainly a walkable distance. And I think in terms of being in a sustainable location, this is actually highly sustainable, and I think members need to take that into account in considering the level of parking proposed. The local highway authority have obviously commented. They are happy with the parking arrangements. What they are seeking is to try and address some potential overspill, and that would be onto Ifield Avenue itself. So they are seeking a contribution to amend the traffic regulation order to address the stretch between the site and the roundabout, where there are currently not parking controls through the traffic regulation order. So it would extend that to stop parking on any part of Ifield Avenue. Clearly, as the report says, there could be some overspill parking. The 2 likely areas would be the car park within, well, basically the car park serving the clubhouses immediately to the east, where I don't think there are any parking controls at present, or to the surrounding streets to the south. Now, the surrounding streets to the south, I don't consider they have a particular parking problem. I've certainly parked there easily enough when I've been out on site visits. So I think there is some capacity there. And I think to sort of conclude on parking and highways issues, there is a significant element of parking proposed on site. It's over 38% of our standard. And I think given the sustainable location, the range of facilities, and it is quite a wide range of facilities within a short walk, and the potential for some overspill parking if that happens, I think we would conclude, and West Sussex have concluded, that the scheme is acceptable. Now, it can be subject to travel plan arrangements and those kinds of things, which would help to encourage sustainable transport, and I think that would help. And the applicant has committed to things like Metrobus passes for residents when they first occupy the scheme, to try and encourage them to use sustainable means of transport. So I think that covers parking. I have mentioned noise. The report does cover that from the centre of page 105. I don't think I really need to go into more detail in that, but as I've explained, the scheme has been redesigned to screen everyone, all the flats, and to make sure that an acceptable noise environment is created. In terms of sustainability, the scheme scores well. It's got a range of solar panels, as you've seen, on the roof, and will also meet the other sustainability requirements. And obviously with dual aspect flats, there's less need to put lights on at certain times of day if the sun has gone round. Page 106 of the agenda deals with ecology and trees. Now, I've mentioned the trees that would be removed. There would be additional tree planting on the site, and the council's arboricultural officer is satisfied. He didn't raise concerns about the loss of the trees to the frontage. One of them has got a significant lean anyway, and he feels that replacement planting is robust and will actually offer a net gain. Then the trees to be removed at the rear don't offer particular amenity value. They are seen as part of the wider woodland. In terms of ecology, again, that's addressed there. Now, the applicant has done some, or the applicant's ecologist has done some detailed work using an emerging tool that the government have set up to measure biodiversity impact. And that has concluded there will be a net gain of 5.14% across the development. That's even taking account of the habitat loss that the tree removal would cause. So overall, in ecology terms, the sort of extent of native planting that's proposed, along with the green roofs and things, combine to mean that whilst there is some loss of trees, that is considered to be acceptable, and certainly the applicant's ecologist and landscape architect have gone some way to making sure that the new planting is appropriate and will help to enhance the surrounding woodland. Moving on to contributions, nearly at the end. So in terms of affordable housing, there have been again considerable discussions with the applicant on this scheme. The offer is of 12 affordable units, which would be on the frontage blocks, the lower blocks fronting Ifield Avenue. That represents 30.8% of the total number. This has been discussed in detail with Russell Allison, the Housing Enabling and Development Manager, and he has seen viability information, and he accepts that this provision of affordable housing is acceptable on this site. And he's also pleased to see that the applicant has secured specific interest from a housing provider, so there is a definite bidder for the units who would look to take them on if the scheme is constructed. The scheme would then be liable for SIL, and you'll see in 5.49 that final comments are awaited from the Countryside and Open Space Officer. Those comments have concluded that there is no requirement for an open space contribution on this site, simply because of the amount and the extent and the variety of open spaces that are proposed within the site itself. So you've got play areas, amenity space, sort of habitat areas as well, and the roof terraces, which include some allotment provision within the raised beds. So there is such a wide range of open space within the scheme that it hasn't triggered a payment. There would be some replacement tree planting payment as set out there, and a need for some air quality mitigation, which would probably be delivered on site through things like the electric vehicle charging points. So to conclude, the recommendation is for approval, subject to 106 to secure the contributions which are set out on page 109, and then subject to the various conditions that follow on from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walk. We will now start the debate on the application. Please turn on your cameras if you wish to speak. I will pause there. Someone's just waved at me. Thank you very much. We do have a statement. In fact, we have two statements. So can I please go to our Democratic Services Officer to read those statements, and then we will come back and start the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have two statements on this application. First is from Ian Harrison, who is a neighbour. Is that better? Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, it's my microphone, I think. Okay, apologies. So this statement is from Ian Harrison, who is a neighbour of the site. I'm writing this letter to object to the planning application of building ref CR 2020-0274 FUL. As an extremely local resident to the suggested site, my objection is not to the actual building, as I think this is necessary, so the site is not left abandoned in the state it is now. My objection is instead, firstly, to the amount of parking spaces in the application. 22 for 39 flats, I think, is ridiculous. This site is out of town and only served by one bus route, so in my opinion, every property will have at least one car, if not two. The extra parking needed will then obviously come from nearby streets or most likely the local car park serving West Green Park. I strongly encourage you to rethink the amount of parking required for all the properties. It's not that the site is not big enough to accommodate. Secondly, I wish to draw your attention to the amount of cars coming out onto an already busy road system. Traffic comes off the roundabout very quickly, and if traffic comes out of the site wishing to turn right across traffic from said roundabout, there will be no doubt an accident. Would it not be better to move the pedestrian crossing up to the road entrance/exit and make the roadway exit onto Ifield Road traffic light controlled? Thank you for your time in reading my concerns regarding this application. And that's the end of the statement from Ian Harrison. There is a second statement, which is from Tom Sheridan at TK Homes, who is the applicant. Good evening. TK Homes have submitted an application for 39 apartments with associated parking and landscaping. The site is located on the north side of Ifield Avenue, within the neighbourhood of West Green, near to West Green Park and the city centre. The application site was formerly used as an ambulance station and its operations have now ceased on site as CCAM now have a make-ready centre in Faraday Road. We wanted to address the salient points that have led to the scheme proposed. TK Homes created a brief that future occupants should have all the benefits of modern urban living, but set in a sylvan green environment. The current concept presented to you is a courtyard arrangement which will create an enclosed internal green space that will provide benefits such as a children's play area, a protected environment from street noise, and it will provide a huge benefit to occupants' health and well-being. The inclusion of green walls, roof terraces, and the protection of the small woodland to the northeast corner of the site all contribute ecologically, and native plants and improvements to the woodlands on site have created a biodiversity gain. A lot of work has been made to ensure that TK Homes can deliver on-site affordable housing integrated into the scheme. We worked closely with the housing officer and provided information to demonstrate that the 12 units on a mix of social rent and shared ownership was the maximum and ultimately the best we could do after completing a number of appraisals to reach this goal. We also have an acceptable offer from a registered provider, and we will start to move matters forward as we enter into the Section 106 discussions. We believe that this will provide a positive contribution to much needed affordable housing for local people. TK Homes believes that with every project, good design should be front and centre of any proposal. Other constraints relating to the site could also have a bearing on how the design will evolve, and it is the testament of our design team that the final design successfully takes into consideration the issues surrounding noise, ecology, and arboriculture. These have all been significant factors in determining the scheme's design presented to you this evening. We've used a brick palette to complement the local vernacular, and details such as contrasting brickwork create an attractive scheme. The curved walls on the roofline will soften the building's design, and the use of the roof terraces and the courtyard all complement the scheme well. It is our intention to start on site as soon as possible, and we are currently targeting the latter part of this year to be on site. A recent survey concluded that Crawley was named one of the best places to live in the UK, Sussex Live, 10th of April. Our scheme only goes to show that Crawley deserves good architecture, a place where people want to live, and TK Homes have collaborated successfully with the local authority to deliver an attractive legacy for Crawley, and therefore we respectfully ask that the scheme be recommended for permission. That's the end of the statement, and there are no further statements on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now 24 minutes past 10. And so before we dive into the debate on this issue, we need to consider the extension to the meeting, which I think is better done now rather than partway through a debate. As per the Council's virtual committee procedure rules, a virtual meeting cannot exceed 4 hours in duration without a vote to agree an extension. This is not a council meeting, so there's no guillotine type structure. We simply vote to extend the meeting or not. A vote will now need to be taken as to whether we want to extend the meeting from 10:30 from 11 o'clock to 11:30, or whether we wish to conclude at 11 o'clock, which would mean that any matters that we haven't yet reached would have to be deferred to a future meeting of the planning committee. Personally, I think with 1.5 items to deal this evening, I think we should be able to deal with those, perhaps not by 11 o'clock, but then by 11:30. But anyway, I'm going to ask the Democratic Services Officer to conduct a vote on this matter. And when called, can you please indicate your position by responding either extend, which means we will extend the meeting to 11:30, or conclude, which means we will conclude the meeting at 11 o'clock and defer unfinished business until a later meeting. Any questions from the members on the procedure before I ask for the vote?
Does that proposal need to be seconded?
From what I've been told, no, it doesn't, because it's not a full guillotine. It's not a guillotine type motion that we would have at council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Good point of clarification. Thank you very much, Councillor Irvine. I can't see any other cameras, so therefore I'm going to ask the Democratic Services Officer to please conduct the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Ascough.
Conclude.
Councillor Belbin.
Extend.
Councillor Irvine, could you please put your camera on for me?
Sorry, I've got Councillor Hart for me.
Yeah, Councillor Hart has left the meeting, so she's not voting on this.
I'm back now.
Oh, okay.
My internet dropped out and I was able to just get it straight back again, so I'm here.
Okay. All right, so this is a vote on extending or concluding the meeting. So do you wish to vote to conclude or extend?
Extend.
And Councillor Irvine.
Reluctantly to extend.
Councillor Jaggard.
Extend.
Councillor Magali.
Extend.
Councillor Pickett, could you please turn your camera on for me?
Conclude.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Extend.
Councillor Rana.
Conclude.
And Councillor Smith.
We have a duty to our residents and applicants to get these applications processed, so extend.
Thank you. So the vote's been taken and we have 3 votes for concluding the meeting and 7 votes for extending the meeting, Chair.
Thank you very much. As a result of that, we will extend the finish time of the meeting till 11:30, so that gives us 1 hour to work on this. If we haven't finished by 11:25, then we will take a further vote to conclude or extend. Right, after those couple of short extensions, we will now begin consideration of this report. If members would like to speak, please turn on your camera.
Councillor Pickett.
No, I've just muted myself, so I'm not speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rana.
Thank you, Ms. I think this building is it's really actually looks very attractive. Actually, development, and plus it's going to be a courtyard style. It's well thought of, well planned, and once it's actually already once it gets developed, and it will look very, very attractive. Plus because it's not on the road, it's away from the road as well, so it won't trouble any neighbours. The neighbours are right, because I use this route so often, so I know this area very well. So the neighbours won't be disturbed at all anyway, so no one will be overlooked. And I think it's really, really good. But I do agree with the traffic light system though, because there's traffic lights, but they need to be changed to 3-way traffic lights, so that automatically when people come out from this development, the traffic light changes, they stop the other. I know it's going to be a bit tough because it's so busy the road. They probably have to move the traffic light a bit further down the road, but it can be done though, and that way, so people won't. There won't any problems with the cars coming and going. Otherwise, I think it's a lovely building with lots of lovely design, well thought of, and lots of trees, lots of greenery, and something. Because I'm not really a big fan of like high-rise buildings, but this is the first one we had all those years. Very lovely development, and I think it will be very nice. People will be, they'll be happy to live in an area like this with lots of greenery around. Very nice, thank you.
Councillor Jaggard.
Thank you, Ms. First of all, I wish to apologise because I need to declare that I was lobbied on item 5, 6 and 7 earlier. I received an email about the Overline house development, but I was not able to open the attachment, but apparently I still need to make that clear that I received the email, but I didn't actually open the attachment that went with it. So on this development, as Councillor Rana has just said, I think it is a very attractive development. I think it looks really fabulous, so much more attractive than a lot of the things we have. I'm particularly pleased to see the sedum roof, the green walls, and the roof terrace. There's a huge amount of outside space there for residents, and I think the design with the curve roof line is really very attractive, and it's sort of much more flowing. So I think that's really good. I do have a bit of a not issue, but a query about the perforations that go into the cycling storage place. I read somewhere, I have no idea where I read it, on another development had a similar perforated bit, but the perforations were so big that you could poke your hand through and undo the security door so that people could then go into it and steal the bikes out of it. So I just want to make sure that the perforations do not allow hands to be put through and for the inside catch to be opened on any doorway. Otherwise it's a bit pointless, because you might as well just not have a door there at all if you can just break in so easily. So I'd like some sort of clarification on the perforations for the cycle storage. Thank you.
Councillor Irvine.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how much I agree with what Councillor Rana and Councillor Jaggard have said about the appearance of this building. From what we've seen tonight, it actually looks quite amazing in a way, and I can't wait to be able to go back to it when it's built and see if it looks as good in reality as it does, you know, from the images we've been shown, because it does, you know, we could be turning a derelict site into something that people just won't just live in, but be sort of happy to live in, and surely that's a good thing.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. I'll also concur very quickly with Councillor Rana and Councillor Jaggard, and also add very pleased to see the solar panels on the roofs. The one comment I would make is I would caution the planning committee from becoming highway engineer designers, because the crossing there, the traffic lights, is designed for pedestrians who are trying to actually cross coming along from Sainsbury's to go across towards West Green. So moving it further and further away from the roundabout will actually deprive people and make people have to walk a lot further. So there needs to be a much more elegant solution to the ingress and egress from this site. And I particularly think people turning right out of the site are going to struggle, because there's very frequently traffic both coming quickly round from Ifield Avenue and directly in front of them, but also stacked up across the road. So they're going to be finding themselves broadside across. So I think that is a problem that highway designers should address properly. But no, I like the overall effort that's gone into it as well, and I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Could I just interject, Chair, before we go any further, just to let Councillor Hart know that there seems to be a gremlin in my system at the moment, which is still showing her as absent from the meeting, although she's obviously not. If you could just message me if you wanted to speak. I can't actually send you live via your camera, but you can obviously be heard. So then if you did that, then I'll be able to you'd be able to speak on the application, and also I'll need to do that for seconding. If I could also just clarify as well, you mentioned that as soon as you lost connection, you immediately joined again. Could you just confirm that that's the case, please, for voting purposes? If you could just turn your microphone on.
Yeah.
OK, all right, lovely. Thank you very much. OK, apologies for that, Chair. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, sorry, I was probably out for less than 2 minutes.
OK.
And yes, I would like to speak at some point.
Lovely. Would you like to be brought in now? Is that OK?
Yeah, that's fine. That's
okay.
Fine. Yeah, I just want to say absolutely agree with all the previous speakers with the look, the design of the development. It's going to look really lovely, I'm sure. And during the presentation, along the front of Ifield Avenue, there are going to be hedging and tree planting. What will the perimeter be that's backing onto, or that will be along the back of the horticultural club and down the side of the social club? At the moment, it's 5 foot fencing. And I just wondered if that's going to be replaced or if that's going to be even improved, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Belbin. Oh, you're muted, Councillor Belbin.
Sorry, apologies. Thank you very much. I agree with many of the previous comments, and I share the local residents' concern about parking. I think he's probably right, but cars will end up parking in that part of West Green. My one thought, in particular with regard to the exiting of the site and people's concerns about people turning right, is if there's any possibility maybe making it a left-hand turn only, so that they then go down to the roundabout at the bottom and go around the roundabout and come back again. We are only talking 22 cars, dare I use the expression no right-hand turn with 150 cars coming out of Footbridge station. But moving on from that, I wonder if that's just a possibility. Thank you.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to echo many of my colleagues' comments. I think this is a very good looking development, and one that I'm fundamentally pleased to see. Again, my concerns are about car parking, in the sense this is outside of the town centre boundary, and it's within the town centre that we have which is a very sustainable location, and we have accepted buildings that with very small amounts of parking. This has perhaps more than some of the buildings in the town centre, but nevertheless a relatively small amount of parking. I think it is in a sustainable non-town centre location, but I would be concerned about the lack of car park spacing becoming a precedent for other building proposals outside of the town centre boundary. The other thing, Mr. Walk, in your opening presentation, you did put up a slide which talked about delegating to officers for amendments to noise conditions, refuse and recycling conditions, and the final design of the elevations. Can you just come back to us, please, when you answer the questions, with exactly what you're seeking us to delegate to you, so that I can get that right when we bring it to a vote? Thank you. I can't see any other cameras on, so back to you, Mr. Walk. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just enlarge that. So the question I was going to answer first was Councillor Jaggard's security issue. So the perforated brickwork, you can see, runs along here. Oh, sorry, I've done that. I've done it.
I'm afraid us poor peasants out here can't see it.
That was a bit odd. You still can't see it, can you?
No.
It may be an IT glitch from my side, given what's been happening this evening. Hamish, apologies.
Let me just go out of it again.
You can't know.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Certainly, certainly committee members can see it.
Okay, sorry about that. So the ground floor plan shows you the areas of perforated wall. So you've got the perforated wall that runs around there, and then the other area well, actually there's an area here, and then it runs around the background. I think in that area it would be safe to say you're not going to be able to reach through an open, well, like the bin store should you wish to, but certainly not the bike store door. That's going to be somewhere away. I think if anyone was likely to try and break in there, it would be more likely to be through the lobby area. So I don't think that's a particular issue. That one maybe is. Certainly the door, because of where the door handle will be, is relatively close. So we could seek some further details from the applicant on that, but I think that would be easily addressed. I don't think it would be a serious concern that couldn't be resolved. So the other question, there was a question on planting. So it's from Councillor Hart, and I think was particularly interested about the planting to the Horticultural Society boundary, but generally around the building. Now you can see the hedgerow is quite clearly shown here, but the different colour shading relates to the quay over this side. So you've got the woodland area that will be retained here, and then this lighter green area, the L-shaped area here, says that it's proposed ecological woodland edge planting. So it's not so much trees, it's lower level planting, but I guess of a sort of hedgerow type, the sort of shrubs and hedgerow, and then lower level planting towards the front of the site, as it currently is, and it's described as, so I'm just trying to read it, proposed ornamental grasses and perennial planting to that front area there. So there would be some enhancement around the site to the boundaries, but it would be very much of a kind of woodland and ecological enhancement rather than there being just a straight hedge as is proposed along the front boundary. That's kind of introducing a feature that doesn't currently exist, whereas much of the rest of the site boundaries are already fairly green, and it works to enhance those areas. Then there were there were various comments on parking and on highways arrangements. I'm not sure there were very many questions, but I think I would reiterate the point that really we have the advice from West Sussex County Council. They haven't raised an objection to the scheme. They have commented that their trip generation system suggests there'll be 10 vehicle movements from this site in the peak hour in the mornings, and they clearly don't think that's going to have a significant impact on Ifield Road, and I think it would be difficult to argue with that. 10 vehicle movements coming out onto that road is not likely to be significant. They haven't requested any changes to traffic light arrangements or any other controls of turns or anything else around in and around the site, and I think we do need to be careful that we're not trying to address existing problems and that we treat this application on its own merits. There may be existing situations. I mean, the car park area here, which currently appears to be uncontrolled parking, is clearly an issue, but it isn't an issue that's been caused by this proposal. It's an ongoing issue with people choosing to park there because it's relatively easy. So I think with that kind of word of caution, I think, yes, the parking level is relatively low, but as I said in the presentation, I think this is actually, it's a surprisingly sustainable location given that proximity to things like the supermarket and the neighbourhood parade and the park. There's a range of facilities around that that give it that sustainability benefit. And then just to finish then, the noise and the refuse and recycling comments. Sorry, I'd forgotten to cover those more in the presentation. So they're relatively minor. On noise, it's simply that the applicant's acoustic consultant has come back with a few queries. It's in no way a kind of wholesale change to the conditions, and it's primarily, as I said, to deal with the issue of assessing the noise once the development is constructed and how that can be done. In terms of refuse and recycling, the refuse and recycling team have raised some concerns, firstly about the location of that door on the side elevation and obviously then having to turn to bring it out to the vehicle, and here partly about the location of that wall and about bringing bins out in that direction. There are easy solutions. The doors can be moved, but it's just a question of addressing how that's done and then tying that back into the design. So really the applicant has come up with a few solutions. I think we just need to agree what the best solution in design and in terms of collection is. So that was the only issue really. It's a relatively minor point. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walk. Are there any further questions or comments from members? Please turn your camera on or indicate if you would like to speak. I can't see any cameras coming on, so we will move to the vote. The recommendation is to permit, subject to what's set out in the report, etc., with the amended condition 13 as presented by the planning officer and the slightly revised informative as to Gatwick Airport, and that we are delegating to officers finalisation of the wording around the conditions on noise and refuse and recycling bin store access. Bit long-winded one, that one, I'm sorry. So I formally move the recommendation. Councillor Hart, can I please ask you to second?
Yes, I second it.
Thank you very much. Would the Democratic Services Officer please call the vote?
Thank you. So this is a recorded vote being taken on agenda item 9. Committee members are asked to vote for or against the recommendation before them or by way of abstention. Please ensure that your video feed is live before declaring your vote. Councillor Ascough.
For.
Councillor Belbin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Irvine.
For.
Councillor Jaggard.
For.
Councillor Mugale.
For.
Councillor Pickett.
For.
Councillor Purdy.
For.
Councillor Rana.
For.
And Councillor Smith.
For.
Thank you. So the vote has been taken with 10 votes for, 0 votes against and 0 abstentions on the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Application CR 2020-0274 full, ambulance station Ifield Avenue, West Green, Crawley, has been permitted, subject to a Section 106 agreement as detailed in report PES 362E, and the conditions and informatives set out in the report, including a revised condition 13 and delegation to officers to finalise the wording on the conditions for noise and refuse and recycling bin access. We will now move on to agenda item 10, application CR 2020-0313 full, TNN Motors Limited, ground floor 9 Reynolds Road, West Green, Crawley. Can I please ask the planning officer to introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, get to the right slide. Right, location plan showing the premises in Reynolds Road here, just down from the junction with Deerswood Road. So this is where the building is and a small courtyard area. To the north of the site are the residential properties in Deerswood Road. To the rear is a garage courtyard access from Reynolds Road, another garage courtyard that then serves the shops along Ewhurst Road, and then an office building and other commercial buildings along Reynolds Road. Just get that to the right orientation. Here's the block plan. So this is the current buildings on the site. This is an existing workshop area, an office area, storage, the workshop area in question, and then a small office area. In terms of the elevation from the front, it's this elevation here, northwest, with the various roof heights stepping down. And then if you look at the existing floor plan, that goes through that in a bit more detail. So access from Reynolds Road at the moment, with the main workshop, taller workshop area here, and then a storage area that wraps around, an office area to the side, and then the small workshop area, an existing office, and that's the block of garages to the rear. in Crawley Borough Council ownership. So it's this workshop area that is the subject of the application, and that's to be partially demolished and then rebuilt to an increased height. So if we look at the proposed floor plan, so it's this area here. So this is being remodelled, and the internal floor areas are slightly adjusted so that the store area is reduced in size and the floor area of the workshop goes into that part, but the actual floor space itself is not increasing. So in terms of elevations, so from the front of the site, the northwest elevation, so this is the existing tool workshop at the moment that's not at the front of the site, and then this is the line of the lower part of the workshop. So it's this part that's the extension of the rebuilding, then that's a smaller office area that's to be retained, and then this part is the taller office part to the side. The southeast view is from the rear, and that's this part, and you can see it against the view of the line of garages to the rear. And then this one, this is from the southwest, so that's to the side of the garages, and you can see that bit there being infilled. And then the northeast elevation is the view that would be obtained from the residential properties to the north of the site, and it's this part here that's the new bit, that's the increase in the height. This is the existing workshop building, and then that's the taller office bit set behind it. Got a couple of photographs to show. So this is the front of the site with access from Reynolds Road. This is the taller workshop area, and it's then this part, the workshop, that's to be rebuilt to a height to match this. Then that's the office area that remains as is. This is from the garage courtyard to the rear, so you can see the existing office and workshop building, and then it would be in this position over here, just jutting above the garages. And then this one is a bit sort of further view from Reynolds Road, and this is the rear garden of the premises in Deerswood Road, and then you can see the garage in the distance there, but just to give you an idea of the relationship between all the various properties. Go back to the floor plan. So the application relates to this workshop area to be rebuilt to an increased height, and that would allow for the use of a ramp or a lift to facilitate the vehicle repairs. It wouldn't be an increase in floor area or floor space of the whole premises, but it would allow for 2 vehicles to be worked on within that workshop area, because of the swap over of space between the workshop and the store. As set out in the report, the application initially included changes to the opening hours of the premises as well, but following discussions, because of concerns about that aspect to it, that is no longer part of this proposal, so it just relates to the building works. The concerns of residents are noted about the sort of increase in activity and the relationship to their properties and parking concerns, etc. But I would comment that the premises have been used for vehicle repairs for a considerable time, and as set out, this is would allow for a small increase in capacity, so one additional vehicle, and overall there's no increase in floor space on the whole site. The site itself is already in a car repair use, and this part of the site is already a workshop at the moment, and it's considered that the conditions as set out would control the use in order to protect amenity. The recommendation is therefore as printed to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Cheeseman. We will now consider the application. If you wish to speak, please turn on your camera. I apologise, I've done it yet again. We have a speaker who has asked to be heard, and it's absolutely right that we hear speakers from members of the public. So can I please ask the Democratic Services Officer to read the objection in this case? Thank you.
Thank you. This is an objection. James Wells, who is a neighbour of the site who is Wood Road. I wish to strongly object against this application. My grounds include reasons on the many previous applications, such as noise, pollution, increase in parking, damage to the roads, the garage not complying with their current opening hours contract, safety of residents and housing value. Noise. We live across from the garage, so we hear the noise whilst they're working. Air compressors, tyre guns, loud shutters, drills, machinery and tools which create banging are used. Noises include revving of engines, vehicles manoeuvring, car alarms and staff shouting. We think that there is too much noise, and complaints made and the other rejections to the application show this. Pollution and increased parking. Increased pollution could affect our health. Parking down Reynolds Road even now gets very crowded. I've seen the garage working on cars by the roadside, creating more congestion. Saying increased traffic does not happen due to the garage is not true. Many cars that use this garage also seem to break parking rules on a public road by either parking up curbs, blocking pavements, ruining the grass verges, or even causing road hazards by parking far out in the nearby junction, causing obstructions. Traffic for garage creating potholes. Reduce the amount of traffic that uses the garage, more potholes will appear, costing the council. Grass verges are in a poor state due to parking. Safety of pedestrians is a concern as customers and staff drive too fast, leading into Deerswood Road and along Reynolds Road. Overall, this expansion of the garage will mean they plan to take on more work, therefore increasing noise, increasing crowded and dangerous parking, increased traffic, increased pollution, and increased chance of the garage not sticking to their opening times, which they currently don't do as it is, and in general making the garage busier in a residential area, which is unacceptable. In short, all the problems mentioned above will only increase. The increased height of the workshop also restricts our views in that direction from our house, which will not be pleasant. There is also concern of privacy, as from this extended height they would be able to see more into our rear garden. I also know that these will greatly reduce the views and amount of sunlight that my neighbours receive, which is obviously not good for them or their neighbourhood in general. Before the garage was T&N, it was just a garage for servicing tyres. Now they have created a garage that deals with far more work than this, and the size and location of the garage is not suitable for this kind of work. These changes will only make the situation worse. Parking and traffic has become a nightmare, with potholes being created by constant heavy vehicles and the verges being destroyed by constant parking. The amount of traffic also causes issues at the junction between Deerswood Road and Reynolds Road, with jams being created and many occasions where traffic builds up and people end up blocking each other. In fact, recently one of these jams occurred here and a car decided to drive over the pavement and ended up hitting my front wall. It's only a matter of time before a serious accident occurs here due to the amount of parking, the amount of traffic and bad parking. The planning report fails to mention the fact that the increased height of the workshop will harm the views and overshadowing of nearby residents and contributes to all the concerns and objections above. Simply saying that the garage is not expanding outwards is completely missing the point. and is failing to even consider any of the problems above. Any further expansion of the garage will make the residential area an increasingly unpleasant place to live for any families with increased noise, pollution, environmental damage, litter, bad parking, and dangerous hazards. I'm also in the process of contacting the HSE and the local fire authority around the storage of their tyres on their route, as this is a health and safety and fire hazard. A tyre has already fallen into my neighbour's garden. If this had hit one of their kids, this could have resulted in a significant injury or even a death. I'm a health and safety advisor myself, and in my professional opinion, they are breaching their duty of care under the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974. Overall, the committee needs to take the residents' concerns extremely seriously, as this will impact the living conditions of the area as a whole in a very negative way. That's the end of the statement, and there are no further statements.
Thank you very much. And again, my apologies for not putting that correctly in its place on the agenda. So we will now move to consideration. If you wish to speak, please turn on your camera. I cannot actually see any cameras going on. So I have one question, which I believe I know the answer to, but nevertheless it's worth asking. The tyres that are presently stored stacked up on the roof of the existing store and also piled against the fence to number 67 such that they're actually visible over the top of the fence. It's my understanding that this has been reported to environmental enforcement, and that's going to be looked into. If that could be confirmed, it would be appreciated. Otherwise, no further questions on the application. Mr. Walk, perhaps you could just comment on my point. Thank you. And my apologies, I've invited the wrong person. Poor old Mr. Walker's had an awful lot to do tonight. So, Mrs. Cheeseman, please.
Thank you. Yes, the matter of the tyres has been reported to Environmental Health, and so they are looking into that. And obviously, if it needs to go to other authorities as well, then that will get passed on to them. So, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Any further questions? No, I cannot see any cameras going on. Very well. Then we will move to a vote. The recommendation is to permit, subject to the conditions and informative set out in the report. Can I please, I move that recommendation. Can I please ask Councillor Hart to second?
Yeah, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Would the Democratic Services Officer please call the vote?
Apologies, I've left my microphone off now. So this is a recorded vote being taken on agenda item 10. Committee members are again asked to vote for or against the recommendation before them or by way of abstention. So again, please ensure that your video feed is live before you declare your vote. Councillor Ascough.
For.
Councillor Belbin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Councillor Irvine.
For.
Councillor Jaggard.
For.
Councillor Morgale.
For.
Councillor Pickett.
For.
Councillor Purdy.
For.
Councillor Rana.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Thank you. So the vote has been taken and there are 10 votes for, 0 votes against and 0 abstentions on the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. Application CR 2020-0313 full, T&N Motors Limited, ground floor, 9 Reynolds Road, West Green, Crawley, has been permitted, subject to the conditions and informatives set out in report PES 362F. That takes us on to agenda item 11, the supplemental agenda. I'm certain that members will be pleased to hear there are no supplemental agenda items this evening. So that does bring us to the end of our meeting. Before I bid everyone good night, I would just like to take the opportunity to thank the planning officers for their work over the last year, and the Democratic Services officers for supporting the meeting, and indeed members of the committee. When the committee next meets in June, we will have some different members on the committee, and so I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all those involved in planning over the last year for their hard work on this area. Thank you, and good night to members, and good night to members of the public watching. Thank you.
Yes, good night, Jonathan. Good night, everybody.
Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Night, night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.